and gentlemen. This is Toby Lehman here at the Muscatine County Fair. It's kickoff today. We're starting off with the 4-H and Dairy Goat Show today. Right now they are judging senior showmanship. That's something that's a little bit different, doing showmanship before you start showing your animals. Normally I'm used to showmanship being at the end. And you'll notice this morning that all the exhibitors are all dressed out in white. It's kind of a dress code for the exhibitors. All dairy goats and dairy cattle are definitely required to wear all white, which is something unique about the dairy side of cattle and goats. Judge is Heather Crow from Macomb, Illinois. She gave a little speech earlier, and she's been showing goats since she was little. She grew up in showing goats in 4-H and FFA, so and she's competed at national events, so obviously she knows her goats. I did not get the names of the exhibitors going in for the showmanship. Kendall Heath is one of them, and Cheyenne is the other. So that we did get. I do have a program here. It's just I don't have the names for all the showmanship girls and boys. Well, previous winners of the senior division, that's what we're doing right now. Hannah Tills in 2024. 2023, Case Bender. 2022, Kelsey Heath. Well, it's printed twice there. Okay. 2021, Delaney Wieskamp. 2020, Kelsey Heath. How can you win senior showmanship twice? Skylar Tumlinson in 2019, and Anna Strumer in 2018. And there is our fair queen. Last day for her this year, and she'll get to crown a new one this afternoon. Student at Iowa State right now. She's got a little princess with her. Looks like a dairy goat princess. I'll take credit for getting her to try to be the fair queen. It's talking to Dad during basketball season, and told him, I said, hey, why don't you have her try to be the fair queen? I thought she'd be great at it. She did represented Muscatine well over the last year, so did a really good job with that. Judge is making her final decisions here on senior showmanship. Just 2 entries. And then we'll move into intermediate showmanship, which is 7th and 8th graders. This is 9th grade through 12th grade is what we got going on here. Pretty good day to start the fair out. Not too hot, a little humid, but not too hot. Overcast. Hopefully the rain holds off so we can get the races in tonight and have a fair queen contest this afternoon. So I don't know which way. Here comes the judge to give her reasons on senior showmanship.
For the show. And I also ask the exhibitors questions specific to their animals, to dairy goats in particular, how they raise them, how they feed them. And I'm going to leave them as they stand today. The young lady at the head of the line with the Nigerian. A very nicely presented doe that we have here, a young lady that's excited to be out here with me. She's excited to answer the questions, tell me what she knows. She has a smile on her face. The young lady with the Sonnen type wether today, he's just not quite prepared to be out here in the ring. We'd like to see him clipped up. But she's very knowledgeable about her information, very forthgiving with that, and I commend her to that today. Thank you, both of you.
Oh, this microphone takes a minute, I guess, to pick up. Our placings for senior showmanship. Your champion senior showman was Kendall Heath, and your reserve
Kendall
is Olivia
Heath.
DeShazo.
With your champion showmanship. Good for her.
Next up will be our intermediate showmanship, grades 7 through 8. If you are doing, do we have any intermediate showmanship? All right, go ahead and make your way into the ring.
So now we'll be doing the intermediate showmanship, which is once again your 7th and 8th graders. Junior high kids. I don't know if we have any intermediate ones. Doesn't look that to be that way. Oh, wait, we do. Just one entry, looks like. Judge going over the dairy goat here, asking some questions. Normal showmanship, they do like to have, answer like 4 or 5 questions to see how well you know your goat in this circumstance. It could be a pig, it could be, a steer or a heifer, but in this circumstance, it's obviously a goat. And one of the, like, when we were showing, one of the main questions they always ask is like, what are some things you like about your animal, or some things you'd like to improve on your animal as well. Then, like, if you had a heifer, or for me, if I had a heifer, if she was bred, and when she was due to have a baby, stuff like that, and some of the simple questions that they normally ask at the county level. At a state level and a national level, they ask a little bit more difficult and questions per se. Having her walk her goat. Being a little stubborn there. The biggest thing they always want you to do is make sure you're smiling out there and having fun. Looking like, at least looking like you're enjoying your project. And here comes the Heather to give her reasoning on the lone entrant for intermediate showmanship.
The young lady we have out here today is our intermediate showman. I'd really like to have some others out here with her today and have her work through with what the knowledge that she has. She was able to explain to me the parts of the dairy goat that she has, how she feeds it. I really like this doe. She's very nice and angular when you look at her from the side. She's presented nicely today. Would like her to cooperate with you a little bit more when you're on the move, but absolutely she
Do you
stands
have
with
another
her
mixer?
when they're at the side here on the side of the ring waiting. And thank you again to this young lady this morning. She is our first place champion intermediate showman.
Congratulations there. Now we'll get into our junior showmanship, which is 4th grade to 6th grade. I believe you have to be in a minimum of 4th grade. State fair rules are a little bit different. You have to have 1 year of experience before you can go to the state fair. So that's kind of a newer rule. I mean, I shouldn't say newer because I've been out of it for 20 plus years, but I mean, you know, if you were 9, you could go to the state fair back in the day, but now you have to have a minimum of 1 year of experience under your belt before you can go to the state fair.
Any other junior showmanship?
Now we do have a couple different entrants here for junior showmanship, it looks like. 2 of them to be exact. Previous winners from junior showmanship, Lily Savano in 2024. 2023, they did not have any entrants in the junior showmanship. 2022, Olivia DeShazo. I hope I didn't destroy that too bad. And then 2021, Kendall Heath. 2019, Delaney Madsen. And 2018, Anastasia Emmert. Yep, I'll be all right. Yeah. It makes sense. I mean, you're gonna need it. Yeah. And I still can't hear much. I won't. You're just going straight in. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I did miss the intermediate previous showmans that have won in the intermediate division. 2023, Olivia DeShazo. 2022, Kendall Heath. 2021, Hannah Tills. 2019, Weston Kirby. And 2018, Kelsey Heath. Chris is going to take off. He's had a little bit of trouble with the mixer here. I hope he doesn't have to get a new one, but it's not working right. So he's going to take off and get a new mixer so we can have 2 mics going and other than just me. So hopefully, yeah, that gets fixed. He's got a lot of wires going here right now just to kind of make it work for now. So he's going to disappear for a little bit, and it'll just be me. Judge talking to each showman here. So once again, each junior showman here is proceeding to walk their goats. Now she's getting ready to kind of talk to each individual here. A little bit of a breeze going through today kind of helps with the humidity a little bit. And here comes Heather to talk a little bit about each individual exhibitor.
To these two young exhibitors that we have out here. I did have them switch places here. The young man at the
And then we'll get into our dairy goat show.
He was spot on. He kept his eyes on me when we first walked into the ring. I did see him change positions. And
That'll lead into our meat goat show later.
to make sure to always keep your animal between yourself and the judge. As we move about the ring, the young man at the head of the line was able to give me some pretty detailed parts of the dairy goat as he was working through it with me. The young man with the Nubian type, a very well presented animal, very correct in the condition that she's in out here today. Very knowledgeable, both of you, and thank you again. They'll both be A ratings. Thank you.
Champion junior showman is Wyatt DeShalzo, reserve Sawyer Madsen. We will now be entering the weathers division, class 220, all Nigerian dwarf and mini breed weathers born after 1/1 of 25. We have 4 entries.
Yeah, our current fair queen, Avery Schroeder, is in here. She will be relinquishing her duties after the year is over. After today is over, I should say. Represented Muscatine County very well. So once again, we have 2 entries here in the Nigerian dwarf division of the Dairy Goat Show. Kelsey Heath and Kelsey Heath from Lake 4-H. Buttercup and Scarlet are the names. Oh, well, there's 3 individuals out there, though. I wonder why we only have a couple of them on the program. That's unusual. Don't know a ton about goats, but I am learning. Nigerian dwarfs. Got 3 different camera angles going today. Here comes Heather to give her positioning of each individual animal.
This is our Nigerian weather class that we have. I'm going to leave them as they walked in the ring today. When you look at them from the profile, there's a lot more to this black weather that's starting at the head of the line. There's a lot more shoulder, a lot more handle to that muscling. And we are looking at them today as weathers. They're a byproduct of the dairy industry, and that's what we've got. I do realize that a lot of Nigerians go as pets. But today we're kind of looking at them as a market status, and that's how I'm going to place them 1, 2, 3 pounds heavy at the top of the line, a little wide over the loin, just one that stands out a lot more to you when you're evaluating the whole class. Now, when you come down to the bottom pair, we have a pair of twins here that are litter mates. Really like them from the side, but once you get your hands on them, they kind of differentiate themselves. The white weather here in the middle, who's wider down his top, wider through that rump. And he's got a little bit more thickness to the lower portion of the legs. He's also carrying muscling down into the lower portion of the shoulders as well. I would assume if you would hang him up, put him on a scale, he may be a few pounds heavier as well. The little black and white weather here we have at the end of the line, he's our 3rd place weather. I really like him. I love those beautiful blue eyes that he has out here today. He just doesn't have the width of the one standing ahead of him to move any further, but thank you to all 3 exhibitors.
Pretty good explanation there. Pretty good reasoning from the judge, Heather. Once again from Macomb, Illinois. I believe that's where is it? Illinois. Western Illinois. That's what it is Western Illinois.
Kelsey Heath. Third, Kelsey Heath. Next up, we have all large breed wethers. 2 entries.
So next division will be another division of Nigerian dwarfs with entries from Kendall Heath, Kelsey Heath, Kendall Heath, Kelsey Heath, and Kendall Heath. These are all Nigerian dwarf and mini bred does, any age, freshened at least once. So we have a Mabel. Keep it. And a Sansa, a Gwen, a Raven, and a Fiona. Having them walk one more time. See how they move and
Our large breed wethers that we have out here, I'm going to leave them as they walked in the ring again today. The Nubian type at the head of the line, just a pounds heavy animal. When you look at him, he's got more condition down his top, carrying a bit of condition down over those ribs. When you get your hands on him, there's a lot more, especially in the rump area and down into the lower portions of the leg. Our Sonnen type, a wether here that's just not quite ready for us in the ring today. I'm a really nice handling wether, just would like to see him a little bit more productive in terms of marketability. They'll both be A's. Thank you.
very nice class of Nigerian dwarfs. We have our final class of Nigerian dwarf and mini bred does, mother-daughters, with exhibits from Kendall Heath and Kelsey Heath. Pretty sure the Heath family is going to win this division. We only have one actual name here, and that's Sansa. And that's on Kelsey Heath's entry. Oh, that breeze feels good. So it looks like what they do is they just bring back the pair and bring back the pairs, it looks like, from the previous classes. And kind of go from there. I think she said she picked her champion and reserve champion already. Look at that goat over here trying to climb the fence. Goat. Just looking over here at some of the goats, some of them don't have very good ears. No ears, basically. Never seen that before on a goat. Kind of unusual.
The lineup that we have out here now is 4 animals. The first and the third are our first place. Our second and our fourth are our second place in those classes. I pulled the black Nigerian up next to our brown Nubian here to compare them because they were our first place. I'm looking at them from behind, feeling them down their top. Which one's got more natural muscling with us today? I realize if they were to go to market, the Nigerians are not going to have the total body weight as our larger breeds will. But I'm looking at them today, if we would ship them today, who's going to have the higher cutability? It's really close between the two of these. But our champion today, I am going to stick with that larger frame Nubian at the head of the line. We've got more rump, we've got more width between the hocks when you're watching them move. But it comes down to that rump and that leg. When you get your hands on them, there's just more there. The Nigerian, I really like it. We're just a little bit shorter in our length of rump. We're a little bit more narrow in our width of rump, and that narrowness carries up into the loin as well. So our brown Nubian at the head of the line will be our grand champion, Dairy Wether.
So we do have a grand champion, Dairy Wether,
Now that we pull that Nubian out of the head of the
exhibited
line,
by Kelsey Heath.
our champion small breed in the center, our second place large at the head, and then we consider our second place Nigerian at the end of the line. I really like that Sonnen type Wether, but again, like I discussed it in the class, he just doesn't have what he needs out here today. He's just pounds light when we look at him in terms of a carcass. So I am going to go down to our Nigerian, the black Wether that we have here in the center of the line. Total pounds, more length, more width that we have. If I had to go and pick a third runner-up, we would go down here to the Nigerian at the end of the line, the white Nigerian. Just a nice way to follow our class winner and that Nigerian breed. But for our reserve overall, Dairy Wether, we'll go with the black in the center. Thank you.
Grand
That will
champion
conclude
Dairy Wether goes to Casey Bender.
our
And reserve grand champion Dairy Goat also goes to Casey
champion
Bender.
non-milking Nigerian and champion milking
Next up, we
Nigerian, and then your
class
reserve
320
champions.
Nigerian dwarf and mini breeds.
Kelsey was champion and
Over
Kendall
1
was
year under 2,
reserve.
Not in milk. We have 2 entries.
So now we're going to get into champion Nigerian dwarf. Or no, we already picked that. So now we're on all other breed does with entries from Lily Savannah from Wapsie 4-H, named Marge, and Madison Sawyer from Wapsie 4-H with no name on her goat. Animal's birthday for Lily is March 1st, and Madison is March 10th.
Good thing I'm short. That thing just goes over my head.
and looks like. $391. No, this is champion. Okay, I was right. Yeah. So this is champion Nigerian dwarf mini bred doe, and reserve champion Nigerian dwarf mini bred doe. Right? For oh, we got one called Chunky Monkey coming up from Muscatine FFA. Yeah, just slide it over here. Yeah, it looks like they're getting set up for, gonna get set up for sandwiches and whatever they're gonna have here today. I'm assuming they're gonna have goat. That's normally for the exhibitors. Well, she's having a tough time with this one. She is going to have them switch places. So we got 2 blue ribbons for the first class here.
There's a lot of trade-offs when you look at these 2 does. And like I told the 2 exhibitors, if I could take the good qualities of these 2, she would be a beautiful doe out here. It just kind of depends on what you're looking at, what way you're going to go. I do like, and I'm going to start with the doe at the head of the line, Star, today. She's very sharp. She's very
I think they have ice cream too for the exhibitors
really
over
like
here.
The wedge-shaped body that she's got when you view her from the profile. She's wide. She's got openness and spring of rib. She's got beautiful dairy skin. The one thing I would like to change about her is her rear leg set. She gets to be a little bit more hockey when she's walking away. She's not quite as wide in that escutcheon as our black doe that we have here in second place. I think it's that overall sharpness, angular, dairy character that we've got that's going to put her here to the head of the line. The second place doe, a really nice doe. You really like that front end assembly. She blends smoothly from that neck into that shoulder. She's deep in her body, deep in that rear flank as well. She's a little bit higher and wider in that escutcheon. She travels with more width between the hocks, but I think it's that general appearance that she lacks just a tick of to place any higher today, but two very nice does that we have out here.
That'll take us into
First
our
and second place both go to
all
Kelsey.
Nigerian dwarf
Next, we will have class
mini
250
bred
Nigerian
wethers
dwarf
born
mini breed
after
does. We will have
January 1 of 25. We will have 4 entries from Kelsey Heath. Or no, my bad. That'll take us into all Nigerian dwarf and mini bred does, dry doe, any age, freshened at least once. We'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 entries by Kendall Heath, Kelsey Heath, Kendall Heath, Kelsey Heath, and Kendall Heath. So Kendall's first entry is Mabel. Kelsey's first entry is Sansa. And then we have Kendall with Gwen, Kelsey with Raven, and Kendall with Fiona. For 51 and 452.
Test, 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 test.
Well, this is obviously milking with Kelsey Heath and Kelsey Heath, with Buttercup and Scarlet. Makes sense. Now I got it. So the next class there'll be 4 entries. Jumped right over top. And here comes Heather to give a reasoning on this class.
One place is over
I think it's
to
pretty
handling
self-explanatory on a milking
Mary.
dough.
We look at this caramel
So-
colored dough here at the head of the line. She's got the most capacious udder. of
We'll
the
have,
two. Granted, our black dough at the end of the line. She's an aged dough. She's showing that, but she's still a very productive dough. She just doesn't have the udder capacity, the height of that rear udder, the fullness of the rear udder. When you look at her, the height of the width of the escutcheon. Our caramel dough at the head of the line has a beautifully blended fore udder, and I really appreciate that dough. She's really strong down her top, got nice legs, but it is that mammary capacity, that mammary system that we've got that handily puts her one over two. Our black dough today, the aged dough here at the end of the line, a dough that's not too happy with us handling her, and you can kind of
A
tell
little
with
bit
that
of difference
attitude.
in birth
But
date
she's
here
out
too.
today. She's very strong on her feet and legs all the way around. She's still strong that top. And I do commend the breeders that we have out here, our exhibitors out here today. It is a mother-daughter pair that we have, and you can definitely see the strengths of the mother have continued up to that daughter, but I also see improvements of that daughter over the mother, and that's really nice to see as far as your breeding selections, and you've done very well. So we'll go 1, 2. Thank you.
So Buttercup takes first place, and Scarlet will come in
First and
second.
second went to Kelsey Heath. Next up, class 360, all Nigerian dwarf and mini breed does. Dry doe, any age, freshened at least once. We have 5 entries.
Yeah, 5 entrants in this next class, all by the Heath family. With the Mabel, Sansa, Gwen, Raven, and Fiona. And this will be bred does of any age, freshened at least once. That means I believe they've been milked once. Oh no. Once again, by myself here. Chris had to run to Davenport to get another mixer. So hopefully he can find one quick. I'm betting Chris is probably doing 70 mile an hour trying to get there and back as quick as he can. She's going to have to work for this class. There's 5 entries in this class. And there's 4 in the next class. It's a little bigger class. Whoa, Nelly. So yeah, they have to have someone showing for them because it's all the Heaths. All entries are from the Heath family, so, and there's only 2 of them. And with 5 of them being in here, they have to have different people showing for them, so. Getting ready to walk the goats here. A lot of different types of goats out there. Got some bigger framed ones, it looks like, and some smaller framed ones. Got a variety of colors, too. Good way to start the fair off with a good turnout here for the goat show. Whew. $452. Then, of course, in the next class will be Kendall Heath, Kelsey Heath, and Kelsey Heath. And then we will be picking your champion non-milking and reserve champion non-milking, and then we will be selecting your champion Nigerian mini and reserve champion milking Nigerian, and then the champion mother-daughter and reserve champion mother and daughter. And then champion Nigerian doe and the reserve champion Nigerian doe. Here comes Heather to give her
There's a lot of
reasoning on this class.
We have 5 dry does out here today, so we're taking out the mammary system, and we're just evaluating what we have in terms of body capacity, general appearance here. The doe at the head of the line, the tricolor doe, most handily fills that. When you look at her from the profile, she's got a beautiful wedge shape to her. She's sharp and angular over her withers. She's got the openness of ribbing, flatness of ribbing. You really appreciate the length and rump that she's got. When you get behind her, she's tall and wide in that escutcheon and tracks true on those rear legs. That places her 1 over 2. Then we start having a bunch of trade-offs when we look at the next 4 animals. For that, I'm going to place 2 over 3 for her terms. That sharpness and angularity and general appearance in that front end assembly. She's longer and deeper in the rear rib. She's got a longer, wider, more level rump when you view her from the side and the rear. When we go 3 over 4, we have a Nigerian tight doe. She does have a little bit of another breed into her, so that kind of changes her balance and symmetry that she's got. And when you look at her from the profile, you can see the differences of her, that little bit of cross that she's got, and evaluating that to the Nigerian more influenced does all the way around her. But she's a very nice, sharp, angular doe. She's got the strength up top and that chine into the loin. She's got a very nice long rump to her. I'd like to make her a little bit more wider in the escutcheon, but she's got adequate width all the way around, and she's got very nice, strong feet and legs, especially those pasterns. And I believe she's one of the more aged does that we have out here in the class today, too. Just a really nice, sharp, angular doe that we have here in third. 4 over 5, a pair that we've got that's got a lot of trade-offs to them. I'd like to open them up in their ribbing a little bit. I'd like to make them a little bit more flat in that rib, give them a little bit more finer dairy textured skin. But 2 does that are very nice when you view from the profile. And it is that general appearance, the black over the caramel colored doe, that wedge shape that we've got. She's deeper in the heart, she's deeper in that rear flank with a little bit more spring of barrel and rib. You get behind him, I really like the black doe in terms of her feet and legs. She's got a nice width to her. And I just like the angulation of that rear leg set that we have. The caramel doe that we have here at the end of the line, a doe that I'd like to make her just a little bit tighter in her crops. When you see her in the move, there's just a little bit more blade movement of that front end assembly, but a doe that's really strong in her top as well. She has a lot of good characteristics about her. Just like to make her a little bit bigger, a little bit more spring, a little bit more openness to move her up in the head of the line.
So first place, Kelsey Heath. Second place, Kendall Heath. Third place, Kelsey Heath. Fourth place, Kendall Heath. And fifth place, Kendall Heath. This will bring us to all Nigerian dwarf and mini bred does, mother-daughters. With entries.
Results for that last class: Kendall Heath first, Kendall Heath second, Kelsey Heath third, Kelsey fourth, Kendall Heath fifth. Next up we have
So it was Kendall first and second.
Doe's mother-daughter with 2 set entries.
2 sets of mother-daughters coming out here with Kendall and Kelsey Heath. Making her decisions here. Once again, Judge Heather. Heather Crow from Macomb, Illinois. Our goat superintendent is Steve Osmus, and assistant superintendent Mary Louise Newton today. She's got them lined up right up here up front. Now she's gonna walk them, I think. There's darker pair and a lighter pair out here, and I think she's going with the darker pair for first.
The 4 animals that we have out here today represent mother-daughter pairs. The first line that I have here, more towards the east, is our mother. The second line is the daughter that we have. What we're looking for in a mother-daughter pair is, 1, are we carrying on the mother's strong traits? 2, are we improving her weaknesses? And between these 2 pairs, there's a lot of toss-ups. There's some qualities that I can see that have passed on and some that we kind of regressed upon. But when I look at the animals and I remember what they were in the line, our pair at the head of the line, our darker does, they're a little bit stronger in that. I really love both of these first. The dams are definitely stronger than our daughters that we have out here. The dark pair that we have at the head of the line, strong down the top, angular, nice front end assembly. I would like to change the brisket and that chest floor of the daughter of the black doe that we've got. And she loses a little bit of that natural width between the hocks when she's at rest and on the move compared to her mother. But a very strong pair that we have to start the class with. Our second place pair, I really like the doe that we've got here, the dam over the daughter. I like that, the sharpness, the angularity, the daring character that the mother has. That depth of heart has carried to her daughter. I'd like to change the daughter a little bit, make her a little bit more daring, get those crops in a little bit tighter on that front end assembly. But a very nice, strong, level doe. And seeing that she's dry, she is probably carrying just a little bit more condition than we'd like to see today. But that's just something that happens with dry does. I mean, it's really hard to keep a doe in good condition when she's not working. But 4 does out here that were very respective in their classes, and it was nice to see that the exhibitors have a breeding program that they were working with today. Thank you.
So now we're going to get into champion non-milking and reserve champion non-milking. So I think she's got them situated now, how they...
Champion and reserve champion Nigerian dwarf mini breed. The winners of the last class, the mother-daughter set, was champion Kendall Heath, reserve Kelsey Heath.
Seems to be some possible confusion here. They're sorting something out here. Just evaluating here.
All FFA and 4-H families, just to let you know, we have River Valley set up over here with lunch. If you'd like any, at 2 o'clock today, we have the 4-H and FFA meat goat show. Immediately following that, we will have the Pee Wee goat show, and we do have the sign up over here if you'd like to sign up for that.
And here comes Heather. That was pretty quick for your champion and reserve champion non-milking.
Nigerian milking dough champion. We have first place milking dough, first place milking dough who is currently dry, and then we have our second place doughs here as 3 and 4. For our champion today, it is going to be that mammary system because they are dairy animals. We've got a functioning mammary that's high, wide, and that discussion. A beautifully blending 4 udder. Our dough at the head of the line will be our champion. Then we go down to our reserve. I'm looking for a dairy animal. We have all of these are dairy. The black dough here in the center is currently fresh. She's an aged dough. You can see that when you look at her. A dough that's still very strong in her general appearance, strong in those feet and legs, strong down her top with a functioning udder. And you can kind of see the shape of udder that she has. She doesn't have the capacity of our champion today, but that's all right. We recognize that she's still a fresh dough. The biggest competition comes down between our black dough and then our tricolor dry dough that just ahead of her today. But it is for that functioning mammary system, the sharpness, angularity over the top, the incurving thigh of the rear leg when you look at her from the profile. I'm going to stick in that milking class. Our black aged dough, she will be our reserve.
Congratulations to champion and reserve.
Grand champion Nigerian dwarf goes to Kelsey Heath.
Now we'll move into
Next up,
champion
doing Nubian does, class 410,
Milking does and reserve champion milking doe. Oh, that breeze feels good. Stop on down, folks. They're giving away free, I think it's just a pork burger, maybe? Pork burger? Yep, free pork burgers from the River Valley.
The doe that we have out here in the ring now is our single entry in the Nubian division. She's a dry doe. She's a kid that we've got out here. We really like her for her skeletal extension from front to rear. She's sharp and angular. You really like that uphillness that she's got when she's on the move. She tracks true on those hops as well when you watch her walk away. A doe that could definitely stand some more competition out here today. But she is a lovely doe, and she will be our Nubian champion as well.
Now we'll be getting into the champion mother-daughter.
Milking Nubian doe and champion Nubian doe both went to Casey Bender.
And then the champion
Next up, we will be starting our Lamancha does.
overall,
Plus
champion
500,
mini dwarf overall.
Under 5 months, Casey Bender, 1 entry.
Casey Bender. Entry here from Casey Bender. Muscatine FFA for Lama and does. I don't know. Probably butchered that. These are the ones without the ears. Or the really, 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 really small ears. This would be a milking doe over 2 years and under 4 years of age. That's what's kind of unique about the goat show, is you can bring back the same goat for quite a few years.
The caramel colored Lamancha out here right now is probably the doe that I've seen with the strongest general appearance this morning, especially when you get her on the move. She's very, very uphill. She's sharp in the wither. She's very level in that loin into the rump. She's wide from throw to throw and from side to side. You just really got to appreciate this doe when she is on the move. She's got a beautiful front end assembly extension of that brisket. She's got nice, adequate depth to her and the heart, strong on her feet and legs all the way around. A doe that you'd really like to see some more competition out here today, but she is definitely your first place.
Bring us to our next class of Lamancha Laka,
Next up, we have milking
which
doe
is milking doe 4 years or older. And then we'll have our champion non-milking. Another single entry here by Casey Bender from the Muscatine FFA. Latte is this one's name. She had Frosty earlier and Lollipop in the class before that. Pretty safe to say that Casey Bender is going to be your champion non-milking Lamancha doe and reserve champion Lamancha doe.
The Lamancha breed that's out here now, you may have noticed, don't have any ears. They're one of the breeds that originated from the United States, and that's one of their most notable breed characteristics of these does. No external ear. Yes, they can still hear us. Yes, they're still little brats. If you've ever been around goats, you know they'll still bite an ear whether it's there or not. The fresh doe that we've got out here today, a really tall, upstanding doe. She's got a beautifully balanced mammary system that blends very nice and smooth. She's got teats that are balanced. She's got the symmetry. She's got the capacity. She's very strong down her top when you look at her in terms of general appearance. She's got nice spring of rib. If anything, I'd like to give her a little bit more body capacity, spring out that barrel just a tick more, but she's a very beautiful doe who's very long, angular, and sharp, and would like to see more competition out here today. But she'll be back out here for Lamancha Dry.
Winner of that class was Casey Bender. Next class is Lamancha milking doe 4 years and older, 1 entry.
So that was her second class of, so that was actually Frosty, and this one's actually Latte. And this one's 4 years and older. So that was quick. And Heather comes up to give her reasons here.
The age doe that we have out here today is 6 years old. She's still very lovely for that advanced age that she's got. When you look at her from the profile, she's long, she's angular, she's got that wedge that you like to see. In terms of mammary system, you can see that 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 when she's correct on those rear legs. Meaning you can see a third of her udder behind the leg. There's a third of the udder you can't see because it's behind her leg. And then that third that's in front of her leg, that fore udder that blends smoothly into that body. For her age, she's still very strong. She's got nice feet and legs. She's got short pasterns that carry her around very nicely. A doe that's uttered here that you really like the mammary system to her, you like that width to her, and she moves very handily around that udder in the ring. Definitely a first place, and she will be back out here for Champion Drive.
So they're doing mother-daughter here.
And now that we have the mother-daughter class, you can definitely see where that general appearance came from on that dry doe that started our Lamancha division. A beautiful, beautiful dry doe that we have here on the outside facing us here in the bleachers. A doe kid that's very, very lovely. Strong top. When you get her on the move, you really got to appreciate that natural strength, the levelness of top line into the rump that she's got. She's got a lot of width to her, and definitely she's had that passed down to her from her mother. A doe, the fresh doe standing just behind her, that's got a beautiful rump to her. She's very wide from throw to throw. She's got a high, wide escutcheon, an udder that's nicely balanced with a lot of capacity. Hopefully those traits are all passed on to the doeling that's standing here next to her. Definitely a very, very strong pair that we have out here representing the Lamancha breed. They'll be our first place breed, or our first place pair, our only pair out here today. But I'd like to see a lot of competition go with these two because they are probably the most competitive pair that I've seen out here today.
Pretty nice set of mother-daughters. Now you're going to go into champion.
We are now going
of
to
the
do
milk of the
reserve champion Lamancha.
Lamancha doe and reserve champion. Real quick decision here from Heather.
These three does out here are representing our Lamancha breed. Our dry doe at the head of the line, a very lovely, lovely dry doe that we've got here. A kid that's just beautiful on the move and at rest. It's really hard to evaluate her when we don't have the points for the mammary system. If she had one, this would be top. Because I just love the general appearance of this doe. But today we can't really use her when we have two very nice mammary systems standing behind her. Does that we know are functioning. Does that we know are putting milk into the pail. Does that we know will work. They're holding up. They're not does that you're just feeding and they're getting fat and not giving you any milk at the same time. So when it comes down to it, the toes here, the black doe that's fresh in the center of the line and the caramel doe just behind her that's also fresh. We got quite a bit of age difference here, which is fine. We have two does that are very strong in terms of feet and legs all the way around. The black doe that we have here in the middle, a doe that's very strong down her top. She's smooth in that front end assembly. She's balanced in that mammary system as well. She's got a foreudder that extends more up into that body wall. When you can look at her from the profile, you just see that it's nice and smooth, just a little bit longer than our caramel doe here at the end of the line. Our age doe here at the end of the line, a doe that's very, very long in her rump. You can see that it's passed on to her kid. A doe that's got a lot of width between the hips from thorough to thorough. She's got an udder that's more expressive, got more shape to that rear udder up into the escutcheon as well. A doe that maybe you could change that forudder just a tick and bring it up into that body wall just a tad more. But a doe that's really, really lovely for her age. She's got a lot of depth. She's got really long in that rib. She's deeper in her heart, deeper in her flank. So with that being said, it's the doe with the highest, widest discussion, rear udder attachment with the most capacity in that rear udder is going to be our age doe at the end of the line, that's going to be our champion. Now, all of these Lamanchas were in here a single entry. So now we go up to our younger fresh doe and our doe kid. And like I said, that doe kid doesn't have a mammary under it. So handily, that black doe in the center of the line will be our reserve. Because we do have a functioning udder. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a really nice, smoothly blended one, like I said. We've got doe that's really strong on her feet and legs. We got a capacity in that udder that we know that is functioning. She's a very, very nice doe today. And it will be that black, fresh doe here in the center of the line that will be our reserve.
And that it will be champion and reserve champion. We'll go to Kelsey Bender of the Lamancas. That'll bring us into our all other breeds.
Champion and reserve champion Lamancha both go to Casey Bender. Next up, we will have all other breed does, kids under 5 months, with 2 entries.
Whew. Holy moly, there's a crazy line here for the free sandwiches. So this will be our first class of all other breeds with entries from Lily Savannah from Wapsie 4-H, birthday of March 1st of 2025, named Marge. And then we have Sawyer Madison from Wapsie 4-H, birthday of March 10th of 2025. So these guys are just babies.
Two doe kids that we have out here, the Sonotype at the head of the line of doe that's very, very open in that ribbing. She's flat. And
Pretty
that
quick
ribbing
decision
is
there again by
very skinny.
Heather.
She's very sharp and angular in that front end assembly. She's very sharp over those withers into that crop, and blends smoothly in that neck to shoulder junction. And it is that strength that she has, that dairy character that carries her over the Nubian type doe here at second. The Nubian doe, you get her on the move, she's very strong in her time. I appreciate that. And she's very smooth in her shoulder junction as well. She's probably a little bit more smoother in that front end assembly than our doe at the head of the line today. She just doesn't carry the overall natural width of body. She's a tick more narrow in that front end. When you get your hands down on her on that chest floor, when you watch her walk away, she's doesn't have the height and width of that escutcheon of the white doe ahead of her today. I really like this Nubian doe. She's very, like I said, smooth. She's got a nice rump to her. She's got some width from thorough to thorough. Just like to spread her out a little bit more today. With two lovely does out here for our dry class.
Congratulations to Lily
First place,
Savannah
Lily Savona.
and
Second
for
place,
first place,
Sawyer
and
Madsen.
Sawyer
Next
Madsen
up, we
for
have
second
class
place.
620. All of
That'll
the
bring
breeds
in
anything over 1 year
Casey
and under 2 year,
Bender
not
from
adult.
Muscatine with a birthday of 4/21/24, and Molly. We're just about done here, guys, with the dairy side of the goat show.
In our AOB division, we have an Alpine here who's a single entry dry yearling doe, a doe that's got a lot of body capacity. I really love the openness of rib that this doe's got. You get your hands on her, she's wide, she's open in that ribbing. She's got a lot of dairy character as far as that thin, flinty skin. Her front end assembly is very beautiful, very smoothly blending. She's got a lot of depth to that chest floor as well when you watch her move. She's strong on those feet and legs. A doe that you'd like to see a lot more competition here with her today. If anything, I would like to change the rear leg set of this doe. When she is walking away, she tends to hawk in just a tick. I'd like to make her a little bit wider and maybe a little bit more feminine in that head. But a very nice doe that we have out here today for an Alpine dry yearling.
So Casey Bender obviously taking first place there.
We will now do champion non-milkers. And the winner of that last class was Casey Bender.
There's only been a couple classes with more than one entry in them, so she has been zipping through here pretty good. Avery having a little fun there with the princess, asking her which ribbon she wants.
In our lineup for our dry AOB class, we have our class winners here at the head of the line, the white kid that we have starting off. A very dairy doe that's very sharp. She's got a lot of thickness to that skin, very pliable skin. When you get her on the move, she just catches your eye. She's very fluid, she's very sharp, she's got a lot of eye appeal. The black doe in the center of the line, it was a single entry Alpine dry yearling, a doe with a lot of width to her, a lot of spring of rib, a lot of openness of that rib. A beautiful front end assembly on her. Really like that doe and appreciate it for that. Then our Nubian type, she was our second place kid that we have here. A doe that's got a very nice profile to her. She just doesn't have the overall structural correctness, strength of that top line to have won her class today. So when you look at our dry class that we have for our AOB division, it comes to the two does at the head of the line, the white and the black in the center. And it is that black doe in the center of the line I'm going to go with for our champion. She was a single entry. I just love the general appearance that she's got on her. She's got a beautiful front end, a lot of width to that chest floor, the smoothness of blending that she has from that neck into that shoulder junction as well. She's sharper over the top, sharper over those withers, and blends more smoothly into those withers as well. I know that you really love the width of thorough to thorough on her in terms of her rump. She's just got a lot more width to her than the doe at the head of the line. So our champion again will be the black doe in the center. So then when it comes down to our first place doe for our reserve and our kid class, that Sonnen type doe, she, like I said, she's a very lovely doe. She just needs a little bit more time, a little bit more growth to her to be a little bit more competitive with our older doe today, but a very lovely doe. Thank you.
So now we'll get into
Champion
Champ-
non-milking doe goes to Casey Bender.
being all other breeds was
Lily Savona. Next up we
Ca-
will have class
Casey Bender, and then reserve was Lily Savano.
doe.
That'll bring us to
All other breeds.
the Bucks with one entry with Casey Bender, one entry. And he will be your champion. Buck. And then we'll be picking a grand champion overall. On the doe side. What's that? Buck giving her a little bit of trouble here.
Single entry in our AOB fresh milking doe that we have out here. She's going to be our first place, a doe that you really appreciate her in terms of general appearance. She's got that nice, strong top line. She's got a good wedge to her when you view her from the profile. She's very, very wide in that rear on the rump from thorough to thorough. You really got to appreciate that. She's got a beautifully balanced mammary system. She's high and wide. She's got a lot of width to that rear udder attachment, and one of the longest forerudders that we've seen out here today. Definitely a first place, a doe that could use some more competition in her class. And like I said, she was the only entry in that division, and she's also our champion who will be out here for the overall lineup.
I think we're going to take our So we're having a little issue with trying to find another person to lead goats here for our overall champion.
While we have the exhibitors bringing out their animals, I want to thank the county extension that we have here, Muscatine, for bringing me up here. Having Steve, I've worked with him for several years. I've actually known him since I was little, when I started showing dairy goats with my grandma. So it's been nice to see him evolve with the youth and the program that he's been working with over here in Muscatine County, and giving these kids an experience that they may not have had otherwise. We've got a variance of breeds that we've had out here today. Thank you to the exhibitors for being prompt to the ring, presenting your animals. It's been great to work with you all, and we're getting everything lined up. We're going to bring our senior does out here for our best of show. Not to take away from anything of the dry does that we've seen out here today, our alpine, and then we had a Nubian as well. So I think we may bring them out just for exhibition so we can see all the different breeds in the lineup. And thank you to our helpers.
Goat doesn't want to get up for her.
It's a lot of work to get these animals ready, not just for show day, but every day when you've got a dairy animal. They're not just one that you walk out, throw some feed to. Dairy animals are a little bit higher maintenance as far as, the type of animal that they are, and they do take some work. So thank you again to the exhibitors. Thank you to the fair for having me out here today. I think we have all of our animals here for the lineup, so we'll walk through them, and we will select our best in show.
So we're about to conclude the dairy goat show here with our champion overall. We got entries from Casey Bender and Kendall Heath and Kelsey Heath out there. I kind of like her. She don't mess around. She makes a decision and it's done and over with.
Make our selection here. Can I have a round of applause for all of our exhibitors and our helpers out here today? The doe at the head of the line, she represents our Lamancha breed, a doe that's very sharp and angular. She's got a very capacious mammary system, a doe that you really got to appreciate that depth of body, that wedge that she has, that balance of mammary system, the strength of feet and legs all the way around. The doe behind her, our alpine type doe, a doe that's younger. I believe she was a 2-year-old first freshener. A doe that you really got to appreciate that overall mammary system that she's got, a longer, smoother blended foreudder, a lot of capacity to her, a doe that just, you can tell she's very young, very tall, upstanding with a lot of depth to her. I love that rump to her. She's really long in that rump as well. A doe that as she ages, I think she will become a very, very nice doe. And then we have our Nigerian in the middle, a beautiful mammary system that we have on her. It's very balanced when you look at her from the side. And you gotta love the shape of that escutcheon when you get behind her. She's very sharp and angular. She's got a nice long rump to her, a lot of width and thorough to thorough as well. Might like to tighten her up in that front end assembly, see a little bit less shoulder movement when she is walking around the ring, but a doe that very much excels in terms of mammary system. Behind her, the black doe, the aged Nigerian that we have, a doe that I was talking to the exhibitors, I love old, strong does. This is a perfect example of that. She's strong in those feet and legs. She's still producing. She's a doe that just hasn't broken down with that age yet. And it is that longevity that you like to see because you put so much energy, so much time into a doe to get them up and going. It's a doe that lasts long that you really got to appreciate that you can keep in your herd. So she's a beautiful doe in her terms as well as far as her age. And then we have a dry doe out here in the lineup, our Nubian type doe, a doe that's very stylish. She's very angular when you get her on the move. Gotta love that moon spot there on that shoulder as well. She definitely catches your eye. She's got beautiful breed character about her head today. She's got those long, pendulous ears. It's just hard for her to compete with the does ahead of her today because she is the youngest doe out here in the lineup. She just doesn't have that mammary system. But not to take anything away from that, that's just a lot of points on the scorecard that she doesn't have to contribute to the lineup today. So when you look at these 5 animals, it sorts down to 4. When you look at 4 animals, it sorts down to 3. Those 3 are the first 3 at the head of the line. Then it gets a little bit tougher. Now you're looking at capacious mammary systems, you're looking at smoothness, the blending of those rear udders, the height, the arch, the capacity of the rear udders. You have 3 does here that have nice rumps to them, a lot of width, a lot of length to those rumps as well. One doe is carrying a little bit more condition on her today, but that goes with age and maturity. So when you look at mammary systems, it moves to 2 does. Those 2 does are going to be the 2 does at the head of the line. Like I said, I really like this Nigerian. Just like to see a little bit more capacious udder to her, with a little bit more level from thorough to thorough when you view her from the side as well. But she's a very beautiful animal. Like I said, want to change that front end assembly, make that tighter junction, a little bit tighter in that shoulder, but she's a very lovely doe. So now we're down to 2. We have the 2 does at the head of the line. Our Alpine type doe here is the second, and our Lamancha type doe that's at the head of the line. They have their trade-offs. It is that age and maturity that we have, that strength of top, that width of rump that we have, but overall, a doe that's older, that has more lactations to her. She's strong on those feet and legs. Our Lamancha type at the head of the line will be our champion overall. So as I discussed the class that we have here and the animals that are out here in the ring representing their respective breeds, I think you pretty much know who our reserve is going to be. It's going to be a doe that's got a lot of body capacity, a doe that's really capacious in that udder, a doe with really long fore udder that blends up into that body wall, and it is going to be our Alpine doe. The second doe here will be our reserve.
So that will conclude our dairy goat show, and we'll be getting into the meat goat show. It's the program says 2 o'clock.
Dairy goat goes to Casey Bender. Reserve Casey Bender. Next up we have class 710 bucks, all large breeds, 1 entry.
So now we're going to do the bucks with the 1 entry of Casey Bender here. And she will be your champion buck as well. Feisty little devil. Feisty is right.
Our buck kid division has a single entry. Our first place will also be our champion. It's a Lamancha buck. Definitely not one to cooperate with us today, and I don't want to stress him out handling him too much. But a buck that when you look at him, he's got a lot of length to him. He's got a nice long level rump to him. He's wide from thorough to thorough. He's level over that area as well. And obviously you can see him standing right now. He's hiding that discussion. He's got some natural width to him as well. A buck that you'd just like to see him cooperate with us a little bit more to appreciate the strong characteristics that he's got out here today, but one that should mature nicely and work well in a breeding program. He is our one and only, so he is also our champion this morning.
Hey, I just want to thank everyone that's helped me in any way. This is my last day here. Only reason is I've been here 10 or 11 years running the goat show. I have the baby animal barn at Rock Island County Fair was turned over to me, and I started there yesterday. I've got a barn full of stuff there. So Jim Matson here behind me is going to run the dairy goat show next year.
Let's give a round of applause for our judge, Heather. And let's thank Steve. He's put in, how many years, Steve? 10 or 11 years. He brought the Dairy Goat Show, and we're excited for it to continue. And he's just done a lot for bringing dairy goats to Muscatine County. So let's give both of those guys an applause again. Next up, let's thank all of our participants. We had a good number of showmen this year. Hopefully next year we get a few more out here and really see what we can do. And then lastly, let's thank the parents, the family, anybody who has volunteered to help these kids get their projects here, because we all know it is not a one-person show. It takes everybody. It takes a whole community. So let's thank everybody. Thank you for coming out and watching the show with us today. Just a reminder, at 2 o'clock we will have the meat goat show here in the ring. Immediately following that, we will have the Pee-wee goat show. Thank you guys. If you haven't already ate, get a bite to eat, and we'll see you back here.
So it sounds like we will be on break till about 2 o'clock. So that'll give us about 2 hours of time here. I'm going to step over here and grab a sandwich, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock, guys.
Yeah, so you guys just do it on Wednesday, right? Yeah. Yep, there's opening day here, and tomorrow's the workout. Sounded like you're here all week, though, huh? Tomorrow's supposed to be pretty nice. Like a high, like 72. Might be wearing a sweatshirt tomorrow. Well, man, the last 4 years, it's been really good weather. Yeah, it hasn't been like super hot. Maybe Sunday got a little warm last year. Yeah, I'm used to it. When I was growing up, it was 100 degrees minimum. You know what I mean? Always. Every day. Every day. Now, it drove me nuts because I showed calories. Ice bath in the morning. Oh. That's a joke up there now. There's nothing up there now. 15 to 20 minutes. Back up. Well, I think a lot less cattle farmers around too. That's just like, I mean, I'm not worried about things that we always have big numbers. And it's a lot less intense about anything else. I mean, these guys are just walking outside, sheep trying to save me here, you know? Pigs just walking around, you know? Out there, you guys put $100 into them just to walk them into a ring and turn around and walk them out 5 minutes later, you know what I mean? It's like, yep, you gotta make sure they're clipped right, all fancied up. All right, I gotta eat now. Yeah. Those are good. Those are good. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. again, guys. That was really good. No problem. I think there's one sitting on that. Just bring that over on that other one. Yeah.
shot I gotta take once a week. And it's supposed to help you lose weight too. Like what? Yeah, Ozempic, yeah. Bad thing is, if I eat Casey's pizza or any kind of pizza, it tears my gut up. Now, eating a lot of bread, I get real sick. The hell, last week I lost 10 pounds easily. Bet I can't do that ever for a while. So far.
If I could just simply start eating better again.
Start drinking soda again too. That ain't good either.
My pitfall's always been Mountain Dew, and I can quit popping. I have a problem with it.
Yep.
Once I get back on it, then I'm like, what's one more? What's one more? 3,000 fucking Mountain Dews later, I'm like, I should probably quit again.
I'm usually pretty good. I only drink one a day, or if I go to a cafe, I can't drink soda fountains anymore. Otherwise, I go to the bathroom all the time. Like when I drive milk truck, if I stop at Hardee's in Tipton, by the time I'm almost just past Tama, Toledo, I gotta stop and pee. If I get a fountain drink at Hardee's.
got to do is go to Davenport.
Oh, great. I thought you asked if I got lost.
No.
I was on the phone with him. I was on the phone with him at 12:44, and he said he'd be back in like 45 minutes. So he should be back like really
quick.
Like he should be here like
Any minute.
yeah.
Well,
Right?
if he asked where I went,
That's time wise, right?
Yeah.
That math.
yeah. If he asked where I went to go get a lemonade. I'll be right back.
You're gonna be in trouble. Lemonade? Got it. Yep. Huh?
I feel like there's usually at least 4.
Yeah, I'm sure there's. I feel like they have another. What's it called? Another. I can't think of the name. Extension. I don't.
yet. Will they bring them around? Yes.
I feel like they have another like extension cord. Other than that one.
I feel like
I can unplug my. Here, I can unplug my thing because that has more outlets.
I've got 4.
So. Here.
I just need to charge my laptop.
No, here.
But
As long as you don't care that I plugged this into it too.
nope.
Fabulous.
I can share. I thought where there were 4.
shocking.
Huh?
Shocking.
Not really.
No, I was being sarcastic.
That's what I figured.
Is he coming back with stuff to here, or is it going somewhere else?
No, he's bringing a new mixer.
Oh, okay.
Because this one's fried.
Okay.
Get a lot of good pictures?
I'm going through wedding photos right now, actually.
Okay.
I have 3 wedding galleries to do, and I've just been going through and deleting any bad ones. I had a double header this last weekend, so. But yes, so far I do have good pictures. I just said we were getting worried about you.
I was thinking before something else starts. We got about 20 minutes. Go, tell it start. Oh, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. My bad. I looked at my watch wrong. I'm sorry. Well, here's some good news. There is some good news. Oh, the other headset. Perfect. Oh wait, I got my. I don't have my.
Let me see it.
I would run my truck back down. Yeah. I think I can.
But get it at the right angle is the key. I kind of have it going. I just can't get that right angle.
Wish I had something.
My mom made me take my pocket knife out of my bag. like, you can't go in there with a pocket knife.
Why not?
That's literally what I said. I was like, why not? Give me one good reason.
Well, the worst part is you know damn well somebody here has a pocket.
You get it?
So we start with weathers and then
Yeah, your name.
Well, I'm gonna go start asking men if they have pocket knives.
Guy in the Hawkeye hat.
Well, I don't
The standing up.
He has one?
I'm pretty sure he will.
I tried pushing on it. It didn't go down.
Side.
The side?
Switch to the side.
How's if I turn it on? Our friend?
Huh? I'm good. I got a lemonade. Thank you, though.
Welcome to the test. Okay. Welcome to the 2025 Muscatine County 4-H and FFA Meet Goat Show. I just want to start with an announcement that on the corner of the show right out here, over against the fence, or Wilton, as this is close to you, let you go over and get some ice cream. Meet has just a few minutes and then we'll get started with the show.
Root beer floats.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Are we good? Getting there? Mm-hmm. Right.
Check, check.
Superintendent, and you want to give a thank you to Chelsea Theobald. Assistant Superintendents, we have Chris Trimer, Candy Menard, Jake Stanford, Tony Buckle, Kathy Beaches, Steve Osmo, Legals, Candy, are you ready? Okay, we are going to go ahead and get started with market weathers, lightweight weathers. We have one class. This will be your division A class winners. So we have 4 entries.
Go ahead. Okay. All right, folks. Good afternoon here. We're getting ready for our first class of market weathers. This will be lightweight class, 38 to 47 pounds. We have entries from Sam Potter, Muscatine FFA, Hannah Kelting, Wilton FFA, Kiera McCarrick, Wilton FFA, and Alyssa Grau, Wilton FFA. This will be your champion lightweight weather as well coming out of this class. Judge today for the market weathers is Chandler Johnner from Place Harvey, Iowa. Never heard of it. Place Harvey. I don't know. That's new to me. And our superintendent is Chelsea Theobald. Weights vary from 38 to 47 pounds. So there is a little bit of a gap there. As they walk around the ring here, and Judge getting a good look at them. Avery Schroeder, our Muscatine County Fair Queen here, for handing out ribbons. This will be her last day as the Fair Queen. She will be handing off to a new Fair Queen. Judge looking them over really good here. Pretty tough class to open up the show here. A lot of different varieties out there for him to choose from. He's going over them again, so he's really taking his time here, trying to decide what he likes. That's right. He does go backwards. So in fifth, 1, 2, 3, 4. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I only have 4 on the program, and there's 5 in there. 1, 2. Because there's 4 more left. And 424 will be first place. That's the one number I don't like.
To start off here with our lightweight class, I gotta be honest, when he hit the arena for me, he really struck me. This is one that you really like in his type and kind. You like how muscled up is. You like the dimensions that he offers, and that's a big thing for me. It's great to have one all powered up and ready to go, but it needs to be able to have the frame and the movement to tie with it, and I think this guy hits me really hard for that. As we look at his top line here, he's broke open on his rib cage. As he rolls into that rear saddle, we roll into a really nice lower leg, a really nice goat I look forward to seeing again here soon. We come to the one here in second. Some likable parts about this goat that I have here is that he is fairly dimensional as we roll across. He has the frame to be something very, very cool as we continue to run him on a feed program here. Where he starts to fall short for me just a little bit is I'd like to give a little more dimension to his lower leg. Would like to try to pretty him up a little bit in order to give him a little bit more eye appeal, but a nice one nonetheless. As we roll into the one and third, I gotta be honest, this one hit me in the arena as one that moves very well. And that struck me really hard because here's the thing. It's cool to see them set up, but when they get in motion and they're still able to look and have that look and feel, that's very, very appealing to me. Where I wish I could do for this one is give him a couple more groceries, give him 2 weeks more time, and maybe split open his rib cage just a little bit more. As we roll here into 4 and 5, some goats with some cover on them that are doing well for the age that they are. Would like to give a little bit more lower leg to the 1 and 4th. Has a very attractive rib cage there. Has a wonderful loin.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Just would like to tie those parts in together here, and maybe if had a little better attitude here for show day and movement, we might find ourselves a little bit higher up. The goat here in 5th, again, some likable parts about it. I've noticed that it's a little tight in its shoulders. Would like to lay it open there, especially where its neck sits in with its shoulder blade. As we roll through its rib cage and its lower leg, we'd just like to pretty those up and expand them a little bit. Great class.
Champion lightweight wether goes to Carson Ellenberg. Reserve goes to Alyssa Rowell. And third, Sam Potter. Next up, we have our first class of medium weight wethers with 3 entries.
So now we'll get into our medium weight wethers. They vary from 52 to 85 pounds. That's a big jump there. First entry will be Carson Ellenberg from Sweetland 4-H with her market wether that weighs 52 pounds. Then it will be Miley Giggle from Wilton FFA, and her wether weighs 62 pounds. And Shelby Gurick from Wilton FFA brings her wether in at 66 pounds. And Addison Dahlfelt from Wilton FFA brings her wether in at 73 pounds. So 52 to 73, that's a pretty big jump. So you should see some definite size differences here in this class. Now this class, the paper says 4, but there's only 3 in there. So maybe the 53 pounder I'll bet was in the other, or the 52 pounder was probably in the other class. So it was probably a better break. I mean, a lot closer break anyway. Once again, this is class number 2, medium weight wethers. That was pretty quick. So, looks like third place will be 441 will be in first place.
A couple of ones that are really kind of fun to look at here. I'll start with a class winner here. One that is
410.
broke open.
441, it'd be Miley.
He is burly.
She's in
He's
first.
built like a linebacker, and that is something
Second
that strikes me
is-
as very eye-appealing. I hope that you can be able to see arena side as well. When we get him on the move, he
Can't
does tie
quite
it together
see her number
very
from
well.
here.
He is, in terms of condition, in a really good spot for his size and for what his frame can offer. And so I commend this exhibitor here for the job well done leading up here to
So,
show day.
Addison Dahlfeld will be in first place.
There's a little bit on his top line that I'd like to clean up just a little bit. He has a very broke open chest for me. Broke open chest, and it also has a wonderful rack as he rolls into. He has a large definition as he rolls into his lower leg. Where he's trying to a little bit, maybe that's just explosiveness for the rest of him, is he's a little tight in his long edge there, and I'd like to either fill that in a little bit or expand that out a little bit more, but a fun one to look at. We roll into the one in second here, and one that has the dimension there in order to be something very, very successful. Would like to tone up that lower leg a little bit more, give it a little more power there. The rib cage of this animal is fun to look at and it's fun to feel, and it ties in really well with that lower saddle. Something that did catch me on him is, I don't know if he has a prior injury or something, but he does have a little hitch in his giddy up here as he moves along that back right leg. He likes to kick forward quite a bit, and it really kind of breaks him apart there in his movement. Doesn't really paint the prettiest picture, but one, as we continue on into the show season and into the state fair season, will be fun to keep an eye on. The young lady's goat here in third is one that has a lot to offer, and here's something that struck me on him immediately, is that he is a middleweight right now, but his frame tells me that he's going to keep climbing and keep building. So if we have aspirations here for the Iowa State Fair, this is going to be one that's fun to hear in the next couple of weeks to see if we get a little more cover, a little more exercise, keep being able to provide supplements for him, and to watch as he blooms out and expands. Offer a touch more lower leg, would like to adjust his flank a little bit. Clean chested, would like to break open his overall frame. Great class.
Once again, our judge today is Chandler Johnner, back from last year, if you remember. That was our second class of medium weight wethers.
Those of you guys that were in that last class, I need first, second, and third to stay, and we'll have you back right after this class.
We'll have Addison Dahlfeld, Wilton FFA, with a 75-pound market wether. Hunter Jones, Wilton FFA, with a 76-pound market wether. Avery Fitzer with an 83-pound market wether. And Hadley Ray with an 85-pound market wether. So just a 10-pound differential here. Wow. I really like Fitzer's goat. Just a powerful, powerful goat. Gets on the move, really moves out really well. Just a powerful wether.
Just an announcement while we kick is the Muscatine County 4-H Endowment is raffling an Iowa State Fair exhibit survival kit basket that includes state fair tickets, tickets for special activities, food vendor vouchers, and many other items. The Muscatine County 4-H Endowment provides enhanced experience for Muscatine County 4-H members by way of educational trip, conferences, camp experiences, and service learning. They also offer many other forms of member and volunteer recognition. Raffle tickets can be purchased throughout the fair at 4-H events and 4-H livestock office in the large showroom.
He's really taking his time with this class, folks. But it's a pretty powerful class, top to bottom. I mean, he's got a lot of different ways he could go.
If you are interested in the 4-H State Fair survival kit tickets, we will have someone circling through the bleachers here in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
So he's going to have them walk again. Two very similar wethers out here. One's just a little bit bigger than the other one, a little bit more finished, but very powerful wethers out there. One's 76 pounds and the other one's 83, so not much difference, but very similar in style and just both very powerful.
Please make sure I have Addison Dahlfeld, Shelby Goering, and Miley Eagler waiting to come back into the ring following this class.
Boy, he still hasn't made his mind up yet. And he did make up his mind. He left them the way they were. So, Fitzer Family Farms will have first place. Just a powerful, powerful wether.
This was a fun class to sort through here. And at the end of the day, it kind of echoes back to a little bit of standing out in the lot with your dad and sitting there going, okay, well, which one do you like? Well, I like this, I like that. Right. Okay, cool. Which one do you like? And sometimes that's what it has to become is going back to basics and keeping it simple. And what's the one that really draws you back in? And for me, that's where the class winner really starts to take it here. When you get over top of him, he is broke open, he's burly, he's ready to go, he's a stud. He is great on the field. His cover is about exactly where he needs to be. I like how clean-chested he is. I wish he had a little better attitude today. I wish he had a little better movement, because here's the thing. When the young lady brought him in, I don't know I don't know where this falls under. I don't know if he's rushing, if something's going on. I would love to see him just prance. I want to see him move. I want to see him move under his own volition here, and maybe he's just being a goat today, and that's not in the cards, and you know sometimes we can't control over that. But a very pretty one, and one that's powered up and great on the field. Nothing to take away from the young man here in second. When he hit the arena, he struck me like lightning. It was fun. When you're an exhibitor and you start working with a project, something that you can do absolutely nothing about is length. Either they have it or they don't, and this guy has it. He's long, he's extended. It's like he's got a built-in extra rib when you look at him, and that's probably something to do with his coloring. He's cool on the field. He's got that dimension. I wish he had just a little bit more cover on it. I wish he had a little bit more. He's 11 o'clock. I wish he was 12. And really, when I'm saying this, I'm splitting hairs because he's fun to look at, and I look forward to seeing him back here real soon. As we roll into 3 and 4 here, the young lady's here in 3 is cool in its shoulders. Rolls into its rib really well. I like the dimensions of that front half saddle that we have here. A little heavier chested than I like. And as we move that rear saddle back and as we move here into the lower leg, things just seem to kind of come apart on us here just a little bit. So as we continue on that feed program and continue to work with our project here, something to fill in, something to cover there as we keep moving forward. Will be fun to see that one in a couple weeks. The young ladies here in 4 is one that has a lot of fantastic pieces and parts to it. And as we continue to put it on the feed program there, we're going to see him bloom out, fill out, and he's going to be very, very fun if he's making his way to the Iowa State Fair.
Tough class there to separate those 4. 1 and 2 were kind of 1A, 1B, and then 3 and 4 were, the next tier, but they were really close together too. Would not have been a whole lot of fun trying to separate that. Now we're going to move into champion and reserve champion medium weight wethers, and I think that's pretty much a done deal with the last class. Those 2 wethers make a neat pair and very similar. One's just a little bit more ready to go, and the other one is not quite there yet. I can't imagine him splitting those 2 up for champion and reserve champion middleweight here. I do like that lightweight one, though. Be interesting to see him come back out with that later for the overall drive. I think now he's looking at reserve. I think he's got his champion picked out, but he likes that lighter medium weight one. And he's made his decision, and here he comes.
It's fun to get all these middleweights out here again and get everything kind of in a clear picture here. And if you're sitting over in the stands or watching over the sides, I think you can kind of see a type and kind that I'm a little bit more attracted to here as you look at the 2 class winners up front here. And here's the thing, is you take a look at them there, and when they first hit the arena back here in this drive, you're looking at 2 goats that are really pretty similar there. And then it starts to become a question of personal preference. As we take a look at both of these animals up front here, there are things that I adore about both of them, and there's some things that I'd like to tweak and change. But of course, I'm asked here today to take a look at them as they are now. And here's something that I'm coming back to here, is that both of them have a curb appeal that's pretty. Both of them have plenty of power to offer for the scenario here. But where I'm going to have to start coming down here to a little bit of brass tacks is it actually overall frame in the build of the goat itself. Something that as an exhibitor we don't have a ton of control over, but something as a showman we have to try to show our way around. And there are some things that are just unavoidable here, and that's where I'm just going to have to kind of agree with myself as to where I want to roll with it here. So both very, very attractive ones here, but there's just one out here that I think builds and puts things together a little bit cleaner, a little bit nicer there, and offers a little bit more complete package. So I'll get you a champion here, and we'll take a look at our reserve.
And Fitzer will win champion middleweight wether. Avery Fitzer. Pigs are still better, Avery.
move him up toward into that next spot there. Again, compliments for him. His length, his dimension, his power is very, very fun to look at. And that is something that I commend the young man for, both in his clip job and also his feed job as he's done over the summer. Where I would like to change him is I would like to give him a little more definition, a little more pizzazz. He is one that creeps up on you. You get your hands on him, you look over top of him, you go, oh, okay, here we go. As we look at the other class winner there is just that pop and that bang, and she's going to be our reserve.
Nice job there for, that would be Addison Dahlfeld from Wilton FFA for your reserve middleweight. That sucker's going to be really good down the road. Give it a couple more weeks, and that one's going to be in the hunt, you know, for State Fair, because very powerful goat there. Now we're getting into the heavyweights. We'll have entries from Caden Meyer at 88 pounds. Emma Pullman at 91 pounds. And Madeline Theedy at 92 pounds.
And third place went to Hunter Jones. Entering the ring now will be heavyweight weathers, class 100-4, with 3 entries.
All 3 of these exhibitors are from the Wilton FFA.
Just a reminder to everybody.
Wilton FFA's got a stranglehold on this thing.
19th at 1:30 p.m. For the 15th year, the 4-H and FFA ribbon auction will be held here in a small show ring. The purpose of the auction is to give individuals and businesses a chance to support 4-H and FFA members who exhibit beef, swine, sheep, goat, meat goats, and broiler derbies for their efforts in preparing the animals for the fair. Over 100 4-H and FFA members will be auctioning off the ribbons they have earned. Those interested in additional details can contact either Ben Danner, a beef, swine, sheep, or meat goat superintendent, or the livestock office outside the large showroom. Attention ribbon auction participants. On Thursday, July 17th at 4:30 p.m. in the large showroom, there will be a meeting for all who plan to participate in the ribbon auction. All exhibitors are required to attend as announcement cards need to be filled out, and we need to know your final decision on which species
That
will
Meyer,
be the ribbon auction.
that Meyer weather there at the first looks pretty darn stout from here. Here, I don't know if you can hear the wood carver in the background, but he is working on something back there.
Just a reminder too, immediately following the goat show will be the Pee-wee show, and I do have a sign-up sheet over here if you need to sign up a child.
Lining him up head to tail now. Where he's got to make a couple tough decisions here, I think. Yep. Kind of what I figured would happen in this class.
what a fun class we have here. Two that hit you absolutely like trucks here as they roll in, that are fun to look at. These are the types of ones that you sit on your phone and you scroll through and go, wow, what a dandy. And what a great opportunity it is for me to be able to sit here today and be able to experience it in person and get a feel and look. The young man that leads out in front here, there's a lot to love about this guy. He is cool. I love his coloring, I love his markings, and that's just the beginning of it. He is long, he is clean, he's powered up, he's ready to roll. He's big bone and he's clean chested. That's about as cool as I've seen one in a minute, and that was really, really fun to experience on him. He's definitely sitting here at 12 o'clock, and that's something that's fun and something I encourage and hope that he's able to roll through there. But clean, broke open, ready to roll, ready to rock. Will be fun to see him again soon. Nothing to take away from the young ladies here in second. Nothing to take away from the young ladies here in second. Fun one to get a feel on, okay? And as you're sitting there looking at the one that just walked out and this one here and go, boy, what's the difference there? Well, the things that hit me most about him is his hip. And from where you're sitting at, you might be able to see it here as we come off of his tail dock there and we look, he crowns there a little bit. And sometimes when the young lady has it stuck a certain way, he really kind of peaks there a little bit and breaks up his back line. And that's something I'd really, really like to dial in. As we take a look at him too, he's a little bit more heavier chested than the one up in front, and there's not necessarily a whole lot we can do about it, but when you're splitting hairs between two good ones, sometimes you got to make delineations, but that's a fun one to look at too. Young ladies here in third. Young ladies here in third is a cool one in terms of its potential. We want to continue to get it on that feed program and exercise program. We want to offer a little bit more definition there, but as you look over top of him, there's a lot of neat parts there. I'd like to split open his loin a little bit more and offer a little bit more dimension, but that'll be a fun one to see down the road.
Caden Meyer winning that class with Madeline Thiede coming in second and Emma Pullman coming in third.
Second, Madeline Thiede. Third, Emma Pullman.
So our second and final class of market weathers will be Caden Meyer at 94 pounds, Avery Fitzer at 98 pounds, and Emma Pullman with a 100-pound goat. That's a big goat.
Can't get it. I'm not going to try it in the middle.
Boy, this is going to be another tough one to. This is going to be another tough one to figure out. Curious to see which way he goes, because I really like those top two. There are a lot of things I like about those two. They're really similar in their styles. Obviously, I can't get my hands on them, so I don't know how their finish is, but that one of Myers just moves really easily, just fluent. I do like Fitzer's as well. Fitzer's got a nice Wether out there. It's going to be a tough decision for him to choose between the two. Just trying to wrap my head around a 100-pound goat. That's a big goat. You know, I've always been told if you can't make up your mind between one or the other, I've always been told that the female showman has a little bit of an advantage. Yep. Yeah, that one of Myers is just so powerful. And just moves so nicely.
I promise I'm not being lazy in the way that I place them there. It's just kind of a happy coincidence the way they rolled into the arena. There's something about the heavyweight division, whether you're showing steers, pigs, sheep, goats, that there's always that temptation of playing with fire. When you have something that is big framed, can carry a lot of capacity, that's always the question of what's too much cover versus where's my muscle definition appropriate at for this animal. And that's something that we all as producers really, really fight with. The one we lead with there is really towing that line in a very, very positive way. In fact, from where I stand at right now, I think he has more room to run. And I think he's got a longer show life ahead of him here as I get over top of him. Just looking at the pop and the flare that he offers, nothing to take away from the overall skeletal correctness of this animal. You look at him here on the profile and you see I could set a glass of water on his back, and that's something to commend the young man for. I would like to see him fill out just a little bit more, very clean-chested, offer a little bit more lower leg, but a fun one to look at, and he glides around the arena, and I compliment the young man for that. Nothing to take away from the young ladies here in second there. Similar built in his type and his kind. It's where you start having to really come down to your brass tacks and what matters to you most. And the big thing for me, especially when you get on that profile, is I want to see a correct back there, and I want to see a skeletal quality that's really, really pretty solid here. And that's where he kind of falls apart a little bit for me. He is good on the feel. He's fresh in his touch. But as we take a look there, his loin edge kind of picks up just a little bit there, and he doesn't really create the most clean picture. Would like to offer a shot more of his lower leg there, and his chest I'd like to suck up a little bit, but I'm really starting to get nitpicky with him. The young ladies here in third is a fun one in terms of the coloring that he offers. There's a couple of things I'd like to do. I'd like to break him open a couple of inches. I'd like to square him up in his shoulders. I'd like to offer just a little bit more dimension in that loin edge, and I'd really like to power up his rear there. His flank we could adjust a little bit on, but a fun one here, and it'll be cool as he works his way down the road.
So now we're going to get ready for champion heavyweight weather, and that'll have Caden Meyer will have 2 entries in there. Madeline Thiede will have 1, and Avery Fitzer will have 1. It's going to be pretty hard. I mean, obviously, Meyer's going to have 1 champion for sure, and might possibly have a reserve as well. Because if it was me, I like the lighter weather of his better than the bigger one. And then you probably go with the big one for reserve. So could very easily see a sweep here with Meyer. And I do really like the middleweight champion of Fitzer's as well, so I'm curious to what he'll look like once he gets out here. And then after that, we will have champion, reserve of, and then third, fourth, and fifth overall
What they have learned about their beef, swine, sheep, and meat goat projects. On Monday, they completed an exam
for the weather side.
and were interviewed by a panel of judges. During the fair, they are also scored on the ribbons they receive and their showmanship ability. The top 3 in each division will receive a college scholarship. We would like to thank CBI, Bank and Trust, and Muscatine for sponsoring this contest each year.
And to echo off of what I said at the comments of last class here, this is where the heavyweight division can also get fun. Is because you really start to offer some livestock here that can really carry a lot of weight, a lot of power, a lot of muscle, and it's all about seeing, can you find one that can do all of that, but also be able to move. And I have to compliment the 2 class winners here in the fact that they both offer certain elements of that for me as I take a look at them here. This is a fun predicament for me to be in, and let me explain why. Is that if this show is here 2 weeks in the future and you invite me back, I think we're having a different conversation. I think we're having a different topic here as we talk about these two. Because the way that I see it, I see a goat here that's hanging around 10:30, 11 o'clock on his way up the hill, right? Starting to reach where he's going to be able to be at. Getting a little more aggressive with the feed program, filling him in just a little bit more, and then we take a look at another and we see one he's pretty darn close to 12 o'clock. He's dialed in what his frame can offer and what his capacity can be. And there's something to be said about their ones here early heavy second as we roll into third as well, is that there are some good exhibitors there and we have some good quality and type and kind in what they offer. Again, when you get to this weight bracket, you see some that are big and burly, and that's where you really start to have to look is like, okay, how much does pretty matter to you? How much does touch and feel matter to you? And those are all things that I think you have to consider here. But there's one that absolutely strikes me here that I think I like a lot in terms of his type and kind and what he offers today. And there's another that I think pairs well right there beside him. So I'll get you a grand reserve, and we'll take a close look here for third.
Yep. Kind of what I thought he would do. Put those two together. Now we got to pick a third place overall. This will be interesting to see where he goes here.
As we bring our seconds up here, I think it's one again where you're kind of finding yourself going, these are two pretty similar type and kind. And again, I'm going to revert back to basics here. There's one that just ties in that power and that muscle just a little bit cleaner and a little bit more correct package in terms of overall skeletal structure. And that's the one that I'm going to lead towards here. Not to take away from any of the others out here, we've got some good quality stuff.
And Fitzer will take third overall. Now we'll be moving into the champion market weather, reserve champion market weather, and then
Champion
third,
heavyweight
fourth,
weather,
and fifth.
Caden Meyer, reserve Caden Meyer, third Avery Fitzer. Next up, we will bring in light, medium, and heavyweights for champion market weather.
It's going to be really hard for him to not pick that champion weather of the heavyweight division. I personally really like the middleweight one, but it's going to be really hard for him to not pick that champion of the heavyweight division. He's got it. Just walk behind him. Avery, just let him go. I really do like that middleweight Wether, but I just don't know if he's got enough power yet today to compete with the heavyweight one. Now, maybe a week or two down the road at the state fair, maybe that's a different game.
And exhibitors, whether you take my advice or not here on this, you can relax for just a second. I'm going to talk to these guys and let you guys cool off for just a second, especially your livestock too, because I don't know about you, I'm just walking around here and I got sweat dripping off the end of my nose. This is fun, and I just complimented your superintendents on this. This is fun, and I have to compliment both you guys as producers, as exhibitors, on what good quality stock we have here. I just made the comment a minute ago, I'm so glad it's not simple for me. I'm so glad that it's not just a, oh, yep, I got an idea in my head of what I want to do, and we'll move on our merry way. And that's a compliment to you guys. I'm glad that there's this level of competitiveness here. And we're talking all the way back on all three of our top three in each one of our divisions here. This is where my job gets fun because I'm paid for my opinion. Very few other opportunities in life where you're paid for what you think. And I think that's a fun and unique position for me here. I got to give a compliment to all three of our division winners here. We start with young man's there on the end. He's a fun one to look at. When you get your hands on him, especially on that class that he was in, you go, wow, the pieces and parts are here. And that's 100% true even now. He is cool in his shoulder. He's fun as we roll from that last rib back. I wish he was a little older. I wish he had a little bit more time in our feeding program and our exercise program to really kind of continue to develop him. But if our goal for him is to go to a Louisville or an Exarban or heck, even at the state fair, we're going to make those folks sit there and wonder and go, what exactly is coming out of Muscatine? As we roll into the middleweight here, a fun one to look at as we get our hands onto. Very fresh to the touch, and I commend the exhibitor on that. Every single time there is that pop that comes off of this animal, and that's fun. As we take a look at it there, we got a good amount of muscle. We have a good lot of product there, and it's in a very complete package. I just wish today that we had a little better attitude and we wanted to move around the arena, because I would love to see this animal in motion, because I have an inkling feeling that he would do well on the move. But these last couple of opportunities I've had to see him, he's not wanted to cooperate with that. So I work with what I have, and I have to acknowledge and give credit where credit's due. A fun one, a clean one that's hard to put together. We look at our heavyweight here, and we look at the overall dimension and size. And if you've been listening, there's a big thing that I've been talking about, is that at the end of the day, you can't do anything about length of body. Try as you may, however you want to clip it, whatever one of clippers you want to use, your wash regimen, whatever supplements, blankets, tubes, so on, you can't do anything about length. And this guy has that. He has that length of body, and he has a nice package that really rolls in together well, and that's a high compliment to him. But again, we come back to that conversation of, he's a heavyweight and we're playing with fire. How many days does he have? Well, that's a good question for the exhibitor, but something I really don't have to worry about, because I'm asked to be here today and today only. So, high compliments as we check our way down here. I've been asked to give you a top 5, and so that's what we're going to start working our way through. But ultimately, as you stand out here arena side, I hope you can take a look there and see and go, I see some similarities. I see where he's drawing some of this from. So, exhibitors, yep, you can get warmed up and ready to go again. Let's go get your top 5.
He's probably going to go to the heavyweight. It's too bad. I would have liked to seen Avery's goat work a little bit better for her, because on the move, I would have loved to have seen what he did on the move, and maybe would have gave him a better shot at winning this thing. But today you have to go with the heavyweight.
Grand champion market, or champion market is Kaden Meyer.
Now you got to go with Avery's for reserve. I mean, he's just so smooth. Wow. 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 I did not expect that. I did not expect that. Wow. So Meyer, Fitzer. Now this is where it gets a little interesting here. I would lean towards Fitzer here, but he really liked that little one. So, yeah, he's got to go with the finished product, I would think. Oh, wow. Took the middleweight Dahlfeld for 4th, and now for 5th. Wow. Went with the middleweight again.
We will need those 5 back in the ring.
And so 5th overall was Addison Dahlfeld. Then we'll be moving into our Market Doe side. where we have our first class right away. This is does born after January 1st, 2025. Looks like we have just one entry. It says 2 on the program, but must have had a scratch. This is Shelby. Is this Shelby or is this 443? Yeah, this would be Shelby Gurick from Wilton FFA with a market doe that weighs 53 pounds that is born after January 1st in 2025. And here he goes with his reasons already.
The young lady and I were just talking about it. One that could stand some competition. I always commend when we have a market doe division, a market U, whatever your circumstance might be, because I think it's fun. I think it's something worth considering too, especially when you look at the industry and the way that we're able to provide for the greater population around us that maybe aren't necessarily in agriculture. And I think that market doe class really hits on a segment that doesn't oftentimes get talked about. So as we take a look at the young lady's doe here, one that does move really pretty well around the arena, prances right along, keeps the overall skeletal correctness of this animal tied in with the movement, which is great. Would like to straighten out her top line a little bit and give her a shot more power, but as we continue to keep her on the feeding program and continue working her down the road, she's going to be a fun project, and maybe she's going back into production, or maybe she's going into the food supply, but either way, one that here in a couple months we're going to have a lot more to look at and a lot more to show for a project that's well on its way.
So that'll move us into our junior breeding does with entries from Kaylin Hoyt, Muscatine FFA, with a 34-pound, under 12 months old breeding doe, and Miley Giegel from Wilton FFA, and a 46-pound breeding doe. What are we doing here? There's way more in this. I'm confused.
I won't labor too long on this here as we got our overall market drive, and I know we've got does coming in yet, and we'll get to that section of the show in just a second. But I want to take an opportunity here, and I want to say thank you, and that's a really broad thank you. So allow me to explain. I want to thank the superintendents. I want to thank the extension folks. I want to thank the FFA advisors for their efforts and leading up into this today, whether it was setting up pens, was making phone calls, was helping organize things. That's a big thank you to you guys. A big thank you goes to the friends and family that are here today. Whether you are helping fit the animal, get the exhibitor here, or whatever your involvement it is, maybe you're just here to support them. That's a big thank you to you as well, because here's the thing. We live in a day and age where there's a million things going on around us, whether it's on our phone or out in our communities or whatever else is going on. So the fact that you chose to take the time, the energy, and also the resources to come out here and support them today is a commendment to you, and I appreciate you supporting youth and agriculture in that way. So thank you for that. Let's give yourselves a round of applause. I've talked about the type and the kind that I like, and I think we've got a really pretty solid set here, and with the inclusion of the market doe, compliments to her, and I continue to encourage her to keep pushing that project forward. my opinion doesn't necessarily change a whole bunch with her here. So we're going full top 5 once again. We're going to stick with our 5 from the weather side. Thank you, guys.
So now we're going to get into, that was your grand champion market goat and reserve and 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And they were all from before. It's just the market doe did not get into the top 5.
Take a couple minute break real fast and then head into the junior breeding doe. Throughout the week, the Muscatine County 4-H Endowment is hosting a silent auction in the 4-H Building and Activity Center. Baskets donated from the 4-H clubs and community members are up for auction. Please consider supporting the Muscatine County 4-H program by participating. The silent auction closes at 4 p.m. on Sunday, July 20th. Immediately following the goat show will be our Pee Wee goat show. If you need to sign up, please come up.
All right, if you go get me a root beer float. Okay, what do you want? Just plain root beer? Yeah, plain root beer float. Simple. Perfect.
Will you make sure this is the queen stuff, so if that gets stolen, you're in real trouble.
I'm good.
Are you grabbing root beer floats?
Yeah.
Would you grab me one?
Would you get me one out?
Yep. I knew you were going to ask me.
Allie Edmondson? No, not Edmondson. That's
It's
Allie Youngberger.
Youngberger, yes.
Edmondson is my
Yeah.
sister-in-law's last name.
Yeah.
Former maiden name.
Maiden
We
name,
would
yeah.
like to congratulate
And
our 4-H
her name is
graduating
Allie,
seniors
too.
for all their
'Cause
years
her
of hard work
sister
and dedication. Check out
was
the display in the 4-H exhibit building.
Queen 2
honoring
years
these
before Haley was. My daughter
We wish you
was.
well in your future
I know, I
endeavors
just
I think,
and
yeah.
hope that
Her
the
from
skills you
swim
gain through it
Yep.
School in
in
general.
4-H benefit you well into adulthood.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go see those ladies right there.
What time does the queen thing start? Do you know?
4:30.
Oh,
5
shit.
for the queen, 4:30 for the princess.
Oh, well, we're going to have to haul ass over there.
Angel. Pass it down
Might
the
have to cut
line.
this short. Oh, you're beautiful. She says, just a plain root beer float? I'm like,
If we can get class 200-1
there's
to the gate,
cherry
we'll start getting this show started.
and a couple other flavors.
We will have 2 classes of lightweight junior breeding does.
Teach them how to.
There you go.
Use the horns a little bit. We can teach them how to, get in the hoop. Get a little that'd probably be a good show though. Wouldn't it?
Soccer might.
There you go.
Good point. Good point. How you been? Good. Not bad. Not bad.
if it was, if it's for my queen.
It is. This is all of her stuff. The and you're free. You can walk around wherever you want.
Then you can be free to yell at children again. Without being frowned upon.
Come on, let's go. Oh, we're in here. And here we are, folks, with the first class of breeding does. We have entries from Kaylin Hoyt from Muscatine FFA with a 34-pound breeding doe. Miley Geigel from Wilton FFA with a 46-pound breeding doe. And Violet Pokey from Muscatine FFA with a 51-pound doe. And all of these does are under 12 months old as well. He's very thorough, I will say that. Gives each exhibitor time and attention. I do like that.
Well, excited to be here in the breeding show as we take a look at this first class of lightweights here. And the thing about the lightweight division, no different than the flip side of the coin when I talk about the heavyweights and markets, is there's always that line in terms of the overall cover and the build of the animal. And I understand when you end up in the lightweight division that oftentimes we're talking about livestock that are a little bit younger in terms of their overall age as they hit county fair here. And that's okay, nothing to take away from any of the three that are here. We start with the young ladies up in front here, and one that when you get over top of her is one that does a lot of things really well. As even given her age, we take a look and we see there's a lot of really nice pieces and parts here that if I'm in the role of a producer, I can really do something with. I like the way that her shoulder builds. We roll into her rib cage. As we take a look at that last rib back and we look at that rear saddle, there are a couple things that I could adjust a little bit. I'd like to drop that hip down a little bit and give her a shot more leg. But in terms of overall correctness, she's the one that does it most right out of the three here. As we roll in to the young ladies in second here, one that is big in terms of its ability and powered up for the size of frame that it has. It's being a little bit ornery for the young lady today, and that's unfortunate because when you get on on her, you're going to find one that does offer quite a bit of product for the size that it's in. And I don't, for me, from where I'm standing at, I don't know if necessarily the goat's being difficult or if there are skeletal things, but there are a couple things that catch me about her. In terms of her overall frame, I'd like to get her ticked up just a little bit and let her run uphill a little bit more, but I got to compliment her lower leg and her flank overall. And really when you look at her, when you stand over top of her when she's on the profile, she does really open up nice, but just one that as we offer a little bit more cover and a little bit more time, she's going to be one that's fun and especially one to consider putting into the breeding piece. The young ladies that finds herself in third here is one that actually moves probably one of the best out of all three out here. Prances around the arena, and that's something that catches me and something that really does flare my eye. Where this one starts to lose steam is she's a little bit younger, She's not carrying necessarily as much product as the other two ahead of her here. So we give her a couple more weeks. We continue on that breed program, up her a little bit, get her rolling. And I think we have a very different conversation here between this one and the one that won the class. But one fun nonetheless, and will be cool in terms of the breeding piece here later down the road.
No, are there any EMTs or
First
anything on
place
site here?
to
There's a little boy that's, I don't know, they just called 911 and the ambulance on him back in the corner. I just didn't know if there was like an EMT or anybody here.
They'd have to call the fire department.
Okay, they already did. Okay.
Yeah,
I just
then
thought I better double check in
There-
case there was somebody like around.
Hewitt. Next, we will have our second class of lightweight junior breeding does with 4 entries.
So entering now would be Class 2 lightweight junior breeding does with entries from Hannah Kelting, Wilton FFA, and her breeding doe weighs 53 pounds. Jack Theobald from Sweetland 4-H, and his doe weighs 56 pounds. And Emma Pullman from Wilton FFA with a doe weighing 61 pounds. Now, we're off again here because I have 3 on here and I see 4 in the ring. As he looks him over here, it's kind of, he does have a pattern, and so he does have his placement for this class. I'll let him give his reasons.
As we get in our second class
And
of
then
the
we'll
lightweight division here, this is where we see some animals that are really able to offer just a little bit more product, a little bit more pizzazz. And that's where this one up front really strikes me up first. When she hit the arena, she does move really pretty well, and she keeps that top line together, and she keeps some of that more desirable parts of her in a really pretty good shape. As we take a look at her here, we see one that has some expression, some
Ooh, Alyssa's got to go.
very fun. When you get
My pig whisperer's got to go.
surprised with how explosive that she is. It's one thing to look at her, it's another to get your hands on her, and that's a very cool experience to find yourself in. Where I would change her a little bit is I would love to make her a rib longer. I'd like to extend her out just a little bit more. And I'd like to kind of get her driving uphill a little bit, show a little bit more of that athleticism, but she is a pretty one to look at and one I look forward to seeing him in the future. Nothing to take away from the young ladies in second here, who finds itself in a really pretty similar type and kind, and it really starts coming down to some really pretty small nitpicky things. She does offer a little bit more of that extra length, and that's to her compliment. But as we get a handle and a feel on her, she actually starts to break apart just a little bit more than the one in first. She has some of the components, but she doesn't necessarily tie them all together as well, and that's something that I struggle with. I would like to give her a shot more lower leg, like to clean up her flank just a little bit more, but one that I enjoy looking at, and one that offers some really pretty good quality overall. As we take a look here at the young ladies here in third, one that I'd like to expand skeletally just a little bit more. Would like to square up the shoulders just a touch here and offer just a little bit more lower leg in order to give it a little more definition, a little bit more of that curve, appeal, and pizzazz. The young man's here in fourth is one that is starting to carry what is appropriate for her frame. And her overall age, I think, is going to get her the better of her here as we compare them to the ones that are a little bit higher up here. But in terms of an overall look and feel, she's well on her way, and I encourage the young man to continue on the route that he's on.
Ellenberg, second place Emma Pullman, third place Hannah Kelting, and fourth place Jack Theobald.
Now we'll be picking our champion lightweight doe. Look at that guy over there with the green shirt on, being a 19-year-old volunteer fireman. Not a kid. He's mad, though, because he's not working.
As we get out here in our lightweight drive, I can't help but notice as we look down our top three from both classes and see that there are a couple that strike me in a similar type and kind, and some compliments to those exhibitors in terms of offering a correct amount of cover and given the current stage and the age that this animal is in. And that's a very hard thing to do. It's one thing to be a producer and exhibitor at the end of an animal's ability to be able to put on and be able to make them look shined up and pretty, because you have the benefit of time on your side. But as we look here on the lightweight division, we have to acknowledge that these exhibitors are doing a wonderful job for the state and the age that these animals are in, and that's a compliment to them. As we take a look here, there's a couple that really jump out to me in terms of leaning more towards that top three. So I'll get you a grand in reserve, and we'll take a look at third.
So that was a quick 1-2 there. Champion in reserve. Now he's taking a little bit more time picking the third place one. And there it is. Third place to 463. That would be Hannah Kelting. That'll bring us into our medium weight breeding does. You know, it started out like it was going to be a rainy day, but it ended up being pretty nice. Nice breeze, so it's not ungoshly hot. Still a little warm. Don't get me wrong, I'd like to be sitting in my air conditioner right now, but could be a lot worse. We have entries here in the first class of medium weight does from Jack Theobald, Kaylin Hoyt, at Hewitt, Addison Dolfeld, and Kiera McKittrick. And Jack's breeding doe comes in at 61 pounds. Kaylin 62, Addison 64, and Kiera 64. We have a Jack from the Sweetland 4-H, Kaylin from Muscatine FFA, and Addison and Kiera are both from Wilton FFA. Wilton FFA has kind of got a stranglehold on this thing. They probably got over half the entries. Addison Dolfeld's brought a nice set of goats here this weekend. I really like her goats as a whole. She got a nice set that she's brought. Getting a little frustrated there, Addison.
As we jump into our middleweight division here, the one that comes out up here in front is one that strikes me as one that kind of wins the class pretty handily. She is clean, she is smooth, she is pretty, she's very feminine, and that's something that strikes me really pretty hard. And that's something that is a tough balance to strike, is having one that is both powerful but also is able to keep that femininity about her. And I think this one handles that really pretty well. She's clean-chested, she's clean across her top line. I maybe like to tie her in a little bit more from her shoulders into that rib cage, but something that we'll adjust on just a little bit if we could. And then we've got that lower leg that we'd adjust for as well, but one that really does make her way around the arena pretty clean, and I find that very, very attractive about it. Now we jump into the one here in second, and really it was a kind of a tough decision here for me between second and third, because I find myself looking at the one in third in a similar-esque light as the one that's in first, where the one in second really starts to edge her way up over some of the ones there that are placed third and fourth, is that she has the frame and capacity to be able to do more. She is broke open wider. She is able to really carry that a little bit more comfortably than maybe some of the ones that are placed further down. Does she need a little bit more lower leg? Yes, but I'd like to tie in the way that she ties in terms of her overall lines. Yes, I would like to do that and suck up her chest, but there is something that I can do as a feeder and producer to continue to develop her in terms of what she's able to offer. As we move to the young man in thirds, this is a fun one in terms of where she's at right now and where she's ultimately going to end up being. As we continue to run her on our feeding program, as we continue to work her, she's going to be a fun one to consider. The thing that I struggle the most with her, and I went back and forth on, is she is tight between her shoulder blades, rolling in down to that tail dock. I wish she carried open a little bit more. I wish she was a little bit broader, because then I think she really finds herself comfortably next to the class winner. But in terms of that narrowness, that's where she really starts to run out of gas for me. The young lady's here in fourth, giving her a little bit more time, giving her a little bit more opportunity for exercise and growth. She's going to be a fun one to consider to look at, especially as we start leaning back into our breeding program.
So first place, well, I'll let him finish. I'm sorry.
Clean up her chest floor a little bit, clean up that top line, give her a shot more lower leg, but one to really consider and have some fun with.
So that'll bring us into our second class of medium junior breeding does.
We have Addison Dolfeld. Second place, Kaylin Hewitt. Third place, Jack Theobald. And in fourth, Kiara McKittrick.
So that'll bring us.
Next is our medium weight junior breeding does, 71 to 76 pounds.
So our second class of medium breeding does will have Addison Dolfeld with a 71-pound breeding doe, Allison Grau from Wilton FFA as well for 75-pound doe, and Josh O'Connor from Muscatine with a 76-pound breeding doe. Get some out on the move. Well, that red one's really got her head perked. I don't know if that means anything on the goat side. She's proud, walking like she's proud. I didn't see Clausen's have any goats.
Filming the Princess and Queen Pockets, right? You're filming Princess and Queen Pockets, right? Are you set up over there already? When you go over there, can I write over with you?
My compliments to these three exhibitors because this is a fairly deep class for the type and kind that are here today. And I want to make sure to acknowledge that here and the fact that this is a really, relatively speaking, close class all the way across the board. The one that leads us off here, I think does a lot of things right, and I think that's where it really started to boil back down to me here. She's clean-chested. Her top line could use a little bit of adjusting. She dips there, right there, past her shoulders as she rolls into that rib cage. Her lower leg I could give a little bit more dimension to. But when we get her on the move, she does tie herself together really pretty well and keep some of those more attractive parts together. And that's something I have to acknowledge her on, especially as we're sitting here in that 70-pound range. I think she finds herself actually being able to carry some more, and I think she has some good days ahead of her yet, which is a compliment. But it's also something to be said that her touch and feel right now is sitting really pretty comfortably. The young man's doe here did strike me as one that's really pretty attractive when she starts cooperating with him, and especially on that walk that we had headed into the profile. She really showed me a really good look, and I'm really, really grateful for that. As we get her here on the profile, though, some of her pieces and parts just kind of fall apart for me here. She's really laying that chest floor down and making it so it's a little bit more undesirable. And we look at her top line there, and she kind of waves as she goes. And that's something I'd like to straighten up and clean up a little bit more. But the touch and feel of this animal is one that's very solid here today. She's got a good amount of lower leg and a little bit more pop even than the one in first. But in terms of talking as a complete package, she doesn't really necessarily tie the bowstring together here to complete the deal. The young ladies here in third is one that is really pretty clean in what she offers. Her chest is really relatively clean. I wish she had a little bit more lower leg, and I wish when we had the feel that we had a little bit more product to work with there. But when she does get her set, and when we get a really good look at her, it's one that's attractive and one that I hope she considers, if she has a goat herd at home, to consider in terms of a production line.
So Addison Dahlfeld does get another
Class
first
winner,
place.
Addison Dahlfeld. Second, Josh O'Connor. Third, Alyssa.
Josh O'Connor gets second,
Next
and
up, our
Allison
third
Grau
class
gets
of
third.
medium-weight junior breeding does with 4 entries.
So-
Following this class, we will need the goats from the last 2 classes back in the ring.
So this will be our third and final class of the medium weight junior breeding does. Entries from Brady Dahlfeld from the Wilton FFA with a 78-pound breeding doe. Caden Meyer with a 78-pound breeding doe. That's unusual to have 2 the exact same weight. Hadley Ray from Wilton FFA with an 81-pound breeding doe, and Emma Pullman with an 84-pound breeding doe. Getting them out and moving them now. Ooh, I like that one in first. One in second's not bad either. This is actually a pretty deep class all the way through. Kind of different varieties here to choose from for sure. Folks, if you're out and about at the fairgrounds and need something to do, head down here to the Goat Show. We'll have the Fair Queen contest on here at 5. Also have root beer floats free of charge. So all kinds of fun and exciting stuff going on. I believe it's a armband day at the fair for the kids and the rides. So get on down here and enjoy the fair. We got races tonight. Yeah, like I said, this is a little bit tougher because there's 3 that kind of match up, and then there's one that's like totally different. Yeah, pretty much kind of what I figured. One definitely
These are the ones that
stands out there.
Glad that I got up out of bed in the morning. This one that leads off here is one that is fun. She is cool to look at. She hits you with a ring presence. Very, very hard here in this medium weight division. As we lead off with her, there's some parts that I'd like to clean up about her here. I do think she does fall into a little bit of that goat structural issue that we find sometimes in the fact that she dips a little bit. But that doesn't take away from the fact that she is powerful in her shoulders and powerful in that rear leg. When you get over top of her, she is very, very impressive to look at, and her feel is very good today. All the while not carrying so much that it starts to compromise her chest floor and start to offer a little bit more cover. She's sitting really pretty comfortable here today on show day. The young man's here in second is one that I think has a really cool road ahead of it. She's the type and kind that hits me initially that I really adore. She has the length of body that I like. She has the beginnings of that lower leg that's going to be really attractive. I like to clean up her top line a little bit more, but you have to compliment her on how clean-chested she is and the overall product that she offers for today. I compliment the young man, and I wish him best of luck, and I really encourage him to continue to exhibit this animal because I think, give it a couple weeks' time, this is going to be one that really starts making some folks scratch their heads. The young ladies here in third, I think, really does find itself in a similar presence as the one in first. My issue is that I wasn't able to get a very clean look at her here today. In terms of being able to determine her kind and where her condition is, she wasn't necessarily the biggest fan of me, I guess, and that's something that you have to work with here on show day, and that's okay. I commend the young lady for continuing to work and drive and try to get a good look for me here. I do have to compliment her, though, in terms of the product that she does offer here. When we do get her standing still and the quality and the pizzazz that she's able to bring forward. That top line I'd like to straighten up just a little bit more as she does kind of find herself right there at her rib cage starting to dip in just a little bit more, but a fun one nonetheless. The young ladies here in fourth is one that really does find herself pretty comfortable in a class such as this. And I want to give her a compliment for that because in terms of what she offers from her last rib forward, she's just as competitive as the rest of them here. As we roll our way into that rear saddle, that's where things start to become a little bit different. She's a little tighter in her loin than I would have cared for. I'd like to give her a little more cover as she rolls into that tail dock and that lower leg, but one that I think is going to be a fun project and I have to give a compliment for.
Another tough placement there for the judge. I mean, I think obviously one was one, but then after that you could have went like 2 or 3 different ways. So, it was kind of challenging for him there a little bit. So now we're going to pick our champion middleweight junior breeding doe in reserve, and then they want him to take a third place one as well.
Is first, second, and third from the last 3 classes.
So that'll be entries from Addison Dahlfeld in the first class, Addison Dahlfeld in the second class, and Caden Meyer in the third class are the first place winners. That'll be in the hunt for champion. And then after that, obviously, depending on who does what, if he goes with Caden's middleweight, then he can go, obviously he can pull the second place in that class over, which would be Brady Dahlfeld. So and here he comes.
Let's give a hand for these exhibitors out here in the medium weight division. The medium weight division holds a special place in my heart, and that's just because when I was an exhibitor, that was always the division I tried to shoot for in terms of the stock that I raised and that I offered. But then again, for the folks listening, the world of showing has changed since I've been an exhibitor. But regardless, I want to compliment these individuals here and the quality they bring forward, and I think it's something that's very fun to look at as you look at our more lighter weights of the medium weight division as we kind of progress ourselves further up here in terms of the type and kind. The reason why I like the medium weight division so much is you see a variety of livestock that I think is very, very fun. You see some individuals that are really on their way up as they continue to progress further down the road. And you also see some individuals that are really starting to reach their 12 o'clock in what they're going to offer in terms of the overall show circuit and what they're really going to start to look like, especially as we start to consider some of these animals as a breeding piece, as they become donors, as we continue to evaluate what we want to do with the programs that we have at home. And then that's a high compliment to all the stock that are out here. There's a couple that really strike me here as being very similar in terms of their overall type and kind. Even though they might be a little bit in different stages of life, I do have to compliment them in the package that they bring forward and the quality that they offer. So I'll get you two here and we'll take a look at third overall.
Yeah, that's kind of what the way I thought he would go, 1, 2, and then now he's got to go back to I think the heavyweight, well, the heavier of the three. If it was me, I really like that little one of Addison Dahlfeld's there.
As we bring the seconds up from their respective classes, I find myself in another situation where I see three similar goats in terms of their overall type and kind and the quality that they offer here today. And so then it's really just going to become a conversation of what do I look for, what are the things that are most attractive to me, and the ones that I'm most comfortable with to driving home here and saying, hey, you know what, yeah, I think that one was a really pretty good overall quality, and that's going to be the young man right here. Great division, guys.
Nice job there. I think I finally agreed with him today. All the way through. First, second, and third overall there. Now we'll get into our first class of heavyweights with Miley Geigel from Wilton FFA, 85-pound breeding doe. Then Caden Meyer with an 85-pound breeding doe. And then Hadley Ray with an 88-pound breeding doe, and Mercedes Brockert with a 92-pound breeding doe from the West Liberty FFA. So we got 3 Wilton FFAs and 1 West Liberty. $395. 395. Mercedes has got a beast of a goat out there. I really like that goat of Mercedes there. Powerful, but yet feminine enough. Carries herself really well when she's on the move. Wow. I don't know if I agree with this.
The doe that leads off here is one that strikes you in terms of overall ring presence that I enjoy. Clean-chested, good build as she works her way across there. As we look at her lower leg and the dimensions that she offers, she's very, very cool. The highest compliment that I have for her, though, that's very hard to do in livestock in general, let alone does, is how broke open she is as we look at her from her shoulder blades as we roll all the way through that loin edge. It's one thing to have one that's explosive in her overall rack shape, but it's difficult to carry that consistency all the way through, and I compliment this young man in being able to do that, and whether it was the genetics, the feeding program, or the supplements and the exercise program they offered, regardless, we're here, and she offers a very attractive looking package that I think is one that I think a lot of producers would look at and see a lot of potential for their own operations. The young ladies here in second does find itself very similar in terms of the build that the one in front does, and that's a very high compliment for her. Where I would like to change her just a little bit is I'd like to be able to pick up her chest floor a little bit and kind of straighten out that top line. Her overall dimensions in terms of her lower leg, I'd like to give her just a little bit more muscle definition. She does have some to offer, but if we're talking about overall prettiness, which is something that I'm going to have to boil myself down to, is I'd like to give her just a little bit more pizzazz as she goes. But when the young lady gets her stuck, she is one that's pretty to look at, and one, again, I think a producer is going to have some fun with. The one here in third is a very unique case because When the young lady gets her stuck and when I get a feel on her, she is fun. She is cool to look at there. When we get her on the move a little bit, though, she does start to come apart a little bit, but you can't deny the fact that from her last rib back, she is explosive. And she's fun in terms of what she's able to offer here. I just like to tie her in all together and kind of wrap that bow and tighten it up just a little bit for her to place a little bit higher here this afternoon. This young lady's here in fourth is,
Wow.
Again, a very high compliment on.
He really didn't say anything bad about her.
The fact that that last rib forward, she is cool. I like her shoulder. I like the way that her chest force sits. But I'd like to just give her a little bit overall, a little more definition as we go here. But I think one, in terms of an overall production value, I think is one that's very attractive and will be very, very good as we work our way down the road.
That kind of threw me for a loop there, but that's why I'm not the judge. So this will be our last class of heavyweight breeding does. Yeah. Yeah, this will probably be our last class so we can get over and get set up for the queen contest. I don't know if Alyssa will be showing. I'm betting she probably won't because she's a oh, no, she is out there showing. Holy cow. Well, she's going to have to hurry to get a dress on. But Alyssa Lynn's from the West Liberty FFA with a 93-pound goat. And then we have Caden Meyer with a 94-pound goat. Melanie Fitzer with a 100-pound goat. And Madeline Thiede with a 110-pound goat. This could be absolutely brutal to figure out. It's just unusual to see my little pig whisperer showing a goat. Boy, he's got a dilemma on his hands here. This is really tough, guys. Yeah, he had to put I think now he's going to go with Thede next. And then he's got Dilemma on his hands. Because I myself like the Pig Whisperer, but he likes... You're going to have him walk again? I really like that Pig Whisperer lamb. But he's been going more with like Myers type lamb. So, or goat, I'm sorry. Goat, lamb, same thing. Yep. No! No! I was wanting my Pig Whisperer to win.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause, please. A friend reached out to me here, so this being my second year here, obviously when I judged the first year, I was very, very impressed with the quality and the exhibitors that are here, and I want to make sure that very much still holds true. But time has a funny thing of doing something to folks, and as we come back here, and especially in this heavyweight class, you're hit with that harsh reality of, oh yeah, no, they're not just competitive, they're competitive. And I think that's a really high compliment for this class because truth be told, there's not a bad goat in here, there really isn't. And I hope you could be able to see that as I worked through our top 4 overall here. And that's a very, very high praise to every single one of the producers, exhibitors here as we go. The doe that leads us does everything a little bit more correct than the other 4, and that's really what it's going to have to boil down to. Because you're going to hear me here as I pick through all 4 of these here, it's like, wow, that's really pretty nitpicky of him. It's because I had to. There wasn't necessarily one that jumped off the page for me here and ran. She's broke open, she's clean in her front. As she works her way across her top line here, she's very pretty. I'd like to straighten her out just a little bit in terms of her overall top line. But in terms of what she's offering, she's sitting really pretty nice. Her lower leg is something to be commended. She's standing on tree stumps that helps her overall frame, which is very, very nice. Her touch and her feel is something to be desired for. Here's the thing, if I'm really having to pick her apart, I wish she was a little bit longer. But that's something to be pretty critical of one that's really pretty good. Moving into the one here in second, I think we find one that's a really good type and kind. And there's really a lot. It's very difficult to pick this one apart, I guess is what I'm trying to say here. Here's where it comes down to for me. Very similar in terms of her overall build and her cleanliness of her chest, in terms of her lower leg. When she gets on the profile, there's something about her structure that starts to bother me here. As if you look from her shoulder blades as she rolls in to her rib cage into that loin, you see that she is broke open and explosive, but it's almost as if her skeletal is twisted in a way and she kind of lays just a little bit odd. And that's something that caught me time and time again as we worked him here. She's very clean on the move. She holds herself together very, very well. And when you have a class full of good ones, again, like I said, you're going to go, wow, that's really pretty critical of a good one. It's because that's my job here today, but a very, very good goat from the young lady here. As we roll into this one here in third, one that's similar in terms of her overall dimension that she offers. I would like to pretty her up just a little bit. I'd like to give her a shot of pizzazz and really watch her go. I think she offers a lot of high complimentary things in terms of what a doe like this can offer. Tuck up her chest floor a little bit, give her a little more dimension in her hind leg there. But overall, I think one that's fun, and I think one that is complimentary to just about any herd that she finds herself in. The young ladies here in fourth struck me almost immediately as it entered the arena. And here's the brass tacks about her. I'm going to compliment her all day long in terms of her size, her dimension, and her coloring does a lot to offer for it as well. Here's the thing. She's just a touch over-conditioned for me today. She's carrying just a little bit more. If we're talking the difference of a week's time between this show, I think we're having a different conversation with her. But when I get on the touch and the feel of her and I feel what she's carrying on her ribs, it's just a little bit more than I would like for here on show day. But that's a really quality goat, and I hope she considers continuing that lineage with her own operation. Great class.
So that will do it for your heavyweight division. Now we will be picking a champion and reserve and a third place heavyweight.
Third place, Madeline Feedy.
And
Fourth place, Melanie Fitzer.
Meyer will probably get this as well, but we're going to shut down and get cleaned up here and head over to the big queen contest. So thanks for watching the Goat Show today, guys, and we'll be over at the queen contest getting set up. Okay, we'll finish this. Okay. So I misunderstood a little bit there, guys. We're going to finish picking our champion heavyweight breeding doe here. And this should be pretty self-explanatory, I would think.
Congratulate all of these exhibitors in making it here our drive for our heavyweight division. As we take a look here at our ones up front, it really starts to come down to a conversation of your type and kind and the ones that you like and the curb appeal that you really go for, because both of these animals are very, very correct in what they offer. They do a lot of things very, very well, and that's a high compliment to both of these exhibitors. There's a couple of things, though, that you sit there and you start to pick apart and you go, okay.
Yeah, and we'll pick a champion and a reserve champion and a third place overall.
That you have control over and what you don't have control over. Well, I, as a producer, have control over the feeding program that I work with. I have control of the supplements that I offer, how I do their exercise regimen, and so on. But there's not really a whole lot I can do once the animal's here in terms of the genetics and in terms of their overall build. There's things that I can do to highlight and complement, but there's not much that I can do. And that's where I'm really having to find myself back at. Is the fact of the matter is that both these animals are presented at a very high quality. It really does become a question of flavor to taste. And what's the thing that you're more comfortable with? And I think here's the thing. As you find yourself ringside, you go, what's the question, or what's the thing that's going to do the best for me and my operation? And if you put yourself in the shoes of that producer, and I think that really becomes a question of personal taste. And that's where I find myself on, is what's the one that I enjoy more in terms of the overall package that it offers and the good that it brings for it. So I'm going to give them one last look here, and I'll get you a grand and reserve, and we'll take a look at third. As we take a look at third overall here, I think it really does come back to a fact of, all right, you have two that are a little bit different in terms of each other, but you have to acknowledge that they're both very pretty in their overall look, and they have a little bit of pop to them. And I think there's one here that strikes me as having a little bit more of that pizzazz here, and that's going to be this young lady's right here.
So he did go 1, 2, 3 there. The heavier of the heavyweights was first, champion heavyweight, and then Alyssa Lenz did get third overall. That will do it for now, and tune in, folks. Give us about half hour or so to get set up over there at the Queen area, and we'll tune in to see who your new Muscatine County Fair Queen